Good morning, everybody. Please take your seats. We've got to get this show on the road. Welcome to the Monday, February 6th session of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. As is our custom, we'll begin by asking everyone to rise and join Representative Tom Plauger as he leads us in the pledge. Certainly. Representative Reynolds, would you lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we have a packed agenda today. We're going to try something new today. We have scheduled our bills on half-hour increments instead of 1 hour increments. And what that likely means is that once a public hearing starts for one bill, if it goes beyond a half hour, the next bill's public hearing start will be delayed by a small amount. And so that likely will happen, but we'll go with this and see how it works. And hopefully we won't miss our lunch. We have an executive session scheduled for 1 o'clock, and that's a pretty hard start, so we're going to have to be on time. Got to keep the trains running. And to do that, for the morning session here, I'm going to turn the gavel over to our Vice Chair, Representative Doug Thomas.
Welcome, Chairman Vose. Thank you for your introducing House Bill HB 458, and I will dispense with any other words and saying you're on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Michael Vose. I represent Rockingham District 5, which is the town of Epping, and I serve as chair of this committee. I'm here this morning to introduce House Bill 458, which is a bill relative to participation in net energy metering by small hydroelectric generators. The genesis of this bill goes back a long ways to interconnection problems that have arisen in the era of net metering for some small legacy hydroelectric generators. These generators frequently had more than one dam that they used to generate electricity, but they had one interconnection point to the grid. That made each individual dam's output the governing factor in whether or not they could participate in net metering. And accumulating those loads together at the connection point turned out to be an important issue with regard to net metering. So that's how it all got started. We passed legislation last year or the year before, I can't remember exactly, to allow Monadnock Paper, which has 3 mills and one interconnection point, to accumulate all of its load together to qualify for net metering. This bill, House Bill 458, does something similar for another hydroelectric facility up in Brookfield, New Hampshire. And, or actually it's owned by a company called Brookfield. And I'm not entirely certain exactly where all the dams are located, but the folks from Brookfield who will testify later will tell you exactly where they're all located. And what this bill does is something similar to what we did for Monadnock Paper. It allows the output of the dams to be accumulated for the purposes of net metering. The language is very tightly and carefully drawn in this bill to essentially apply only to this one hydroelectric generator. And it does provide a unique situation for determining just exactly how much power they are putting back onto the grid. Since it's difficult to meter it at a single connection point, this bill provides a facility. If you look at lines on page 1 of the bill, lines 26 through 27, the hydroelectric generator shall assume liability for monthly meter reads and providing all requisite billing determinants and other necessary data to the utility for billing purposes, including issuing net metering credits. The utility shall bill according to the information received from the hydroelectric generator, but shall not be liable for the accuracy of the meter reads or the ongoing maintenance and performance of the meter. The hydroelectric generator getting billed and receiving credits pursuant to this provision shall be subject to periodic audits of the documentation and records associated with the meter reading process to ensure compliance with all statutes, rules, and tariffs. And the Department of Energy is going to be involved here in determining and authorizing the method by which these calculations are made. So that's kind of the unique aspect of this particular legislation. Now, I'm sure some of you are wondering, since this is a small expansion of net metering, and I've been on record as saying that I don't particularly favor expanding net metering, why would I support this bill? Why would I even introduce this bill? Well, I do support modest, cautious, and careful expansions of net metering. I've said this publicly on many occasions, particularly when it supports our hydroelectric fleet. Because our hydroelectric fleet provides run-of-river baseload output. And I think that's important to achieving reliability for our electric grid here in New Hampshire. So I think anything we can do to support our hydroelectric fleet is worthwhile, provided that we put safeguards in place to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. I worry about out of control net metering based on the experience of other states. For example, in California, the California Public Utilities Commission just this past December lowered that state's net metering tariff by 75% because they had determined that net metering cost shifting was raising electric rates in their state to the point where it was actually harming the state's efforts to electrify its vehicle fleets. People were turning away from electric vehicles because the cost of electricity was so high. And they figured out, after doing a lot of studies, that they needed to decrease the net metering tariff. In addition, California figured out that net metering discouraged the purchase of batteries. If it was more lucrative for you to send your excess energy to the grid rather than putting it in a battery, and that's what their previous tariff did, then people would not buy batteries. They just ship their excess output to the grid. So California said, for future net metering customers, you have to buy a battery if you want to qualify for any net metering. And this is a reasonable policy. It will provide an incentive for the proliferation of batteries. And battery technology can provide new ways of doing business, such as transactive energy, which is something we're going to be talking about later on in this session. So that's a long-winded way of explaining why I support this legislation, and I'm happy to introduce it. There is similar legislation in the Senate that has already passed, and we'll be talking about that later on when we have an exec session on this bill. But for now, I'm going to stop and accept questions from the committee, because I know there's a lot of people behind us that want to speak about this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Vose, for excellent explanation and presentation. First question goes to Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Chair, are you aware of any other small-scale hydro facilities that may be in similar circumstance looking in the future for this type of special exemption?
I am not aware of any other facilities that face this problem and could benefit from this solution. No.
Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. This bill actually sounds like a pretty good idea. I do have one question on page 2, lines 6 through 8, where it says the utility shall recover the incremental costs for this manual billing process as well as all net metering credits issued pursuant to this provision from all utility customers. My question is, do you have an estimation of how much utility bills would increase because of this action?
No, but that is problematic language. And there are a couple of potential solutions to that issue. For example, that language could be changed to read, the utility shall recover the incremental costs for the manual billing process as well as net metering credits pursuant to this provision as determined by the commission being the Public Utilities Commission. The reason this language is potentially problematic is that it applies only to utility customers and could exclude the community power aggregation customers that soon will be coming on board in fairly substantial numbers. So this is something that we're going to take a close look at, and when it comes to executive session time, I may be offering an amendment to make some changes to this language. Does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
That does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Just as a follow-up to that, when this, as it's stated right now, it says all utility customers. Does this mean default service customers only, or is it anybody that gets a bill from a utility company?
Are you talking about the last part of the line on?
Yeah, the one we just discussed in line 8 there, which
Yeah,
says from all utility customers. Is that default service customers only, or is that everybody who is signed up with a utility for distribution services as well?
Yes, I think that applies to all utility customers, and that's the crux of the issue here. So,
Okay, all right. So I just want to thank you.
okay.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The language includes energy storage facilities. It seems that's a new phrase in the section. What's the reasoning for that? It's on line 6.
Page 1 or page 2?
Page 1.
Oh, yes, I see the reference you're talking about. That was language that was suggested to apply and there is language further on that says that nothing in this provision shall be deemed to approve or allow the participation of energy storage facilities in net energy metering unless otherwise approved or allowed by law or an order or decision issued or rule adopted by the Department of Energy or the Public Utilities Commission. So it permits the use of energy storage as long as that energy storage is carefully determined by the Department of Energy or the Public Utilities Commission to be able to participate in net energy metering.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Vose, for your testimony. I'd like to move on to our next presenter, which will be calling on Mr. Griffin Robush of the Department of Energy, who has a different point of view.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is opposed to House Bill 458 as introduced. For background, the statute permits a hydroelectric generator with a total peak capacity at or below 1 megawatt that began operation before July 1 of 2021 and shares equipment or facilities with other generators or electric utility customers for interconnection shall be able to participate in net energy metering. House Bill 458 modifies the statute, as you'll see in the bolded language, but specifically on lines 12 to 14, it permits those hydroelectric facilities to be eligible as a customer generator as a matter of law without regard as to whether such hydroelectric generator is the electric utility customer account of record at the point of interconnection to the electric grid. The remaining language spells out a process by which the hydroelectric generator would submit information to the department regarding the facility's proposed methodology for reading and documenting meter data. The department understands the genesis of this bill stems from a couple of hydroelectric facilities owned by Brookfield Renewable that are located behind the meter at White Mountain Paper in Gorham, New Hampshire. On paper, the company White Mountain Paper is the customer generator, as they are the interconnection point for the hydroelectric facilities that, again, located behind the meter. How those hydroelectric facilities sell their power is outlined in the existing power purchase agreement that was reached by consensus amongst both private parties, the White Mountain Paper Company and Brookfield Renewable. As far as DOE understands, this is the only arrangement in the state that this bill would impact, but we are firmly opposed to the proposed language change on lines 12 to 4 as it fundamentally undermines the current statute by allowing a hydroelectric generator itself to be considered a customer generator. In short, the bill looks to remove the term customer from customer generator, despite the hydroelectric generator being a customer of the utility. Customer generators within statutory limits are allowed to net meter their renewable energy generation back to the grid at the customer level. This bill proposes to allow the hydroelectric facility itself, a generator that currently exists behind the meter at White Mountain Paper, to act as a customer generator. DOE would respectfully contend that any characterization that this bill is a technical fix, a minor change, or a cleanup from previous legislation is wholly inaccurate. The bill does not incentivize any new generation or directly lower electric rates. The department submits that this bill represents a significant policy change for legislators to consider. Enacting this change does create a precedent for other facilities to capitalize on the benefits of net energy metering and may open the door for future legislative attempts to slowly chip away at the definition of customer generator. As previously stated, DOE believes this bill stems from an existing power purchase agreement, again, between two private parties, Brookfield Renewable and White Mountain Paper, in Gorham, New Hampshire. Only one party to date, Brookfield Renewable, has been attending public hearings for an amendment that was proposed last year on this issue, as well as the legislation currently before you. It is our understanding that White Mountain Paper is just now becoming aware of House Bill 458's existence and its proposed changes, and I believe they have representation here today who can speak to the company's observations of the bill. There may be a potential non-legislative solution to this issue around customer generator, which may be addressed through negotiations, again, through two private parties who reached an agreement on an existing power purchase agreement. This concludes my testimony on this bill, and I'm certainly willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Robarge. Seeing one question from Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I know it doesn't mention an amount in here, but is there any idea of how much the utility administration costs would add to the ratepayers' expense?
Thank you for the question. I unfortunately couldn't answer that question. That might be something to ask the utility that overlooks this arrangement.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. This kind of, I'm wondering, does this open the door? Now we're taking one particular group here with two private individuals, as you said, and we're changing law just to make it life better for at least one of them, I guess. How many other examples might be floating around out there where we're going to have one or two companies or private individuals that we change the law for in order to make their life better?
Sure. Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, the department believes that this bill, as it's currently written, would only impact the arrangement between Brookfield Renewable and White Mountain Paper. The department just wants to strongly note to policymakers such as those in this committee that this does open the door for watering down the definition of customer generator. It does open the door to give private entities the opportunity to maybe submit legislation in the future to maybe water down current statutory provisions around customer generator. The department wants to strongly convey that to this committee that that is an implication with the thing under consideration today.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and I apologize. It's still early, so I'm trying to figure out all this. There's a lot to unpack in your testimony, and what I'm trying to understand is if these two organizations have an agreement already, why is there a need for this legislation? What are they?
I think that might be
Same.
a question to ask the private
Okay,
parties.
thank you. Yeah, that's appropriate. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you, Mr. Robers. I'd
Thank
like
you.
to move on to the next presenter. And that would be Heidi Kroll, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I'm here today on behalf of both Brookfield Renewable as well as Monadnock Paper Mills. With me is Steve Zaretti from Brookfield Renewable with the Government Relations Division. We are in support of House Bill 458, and I think we can answer a lot of the questions that have been raised so far in terms of the legislation. So this bill is with respect to existing hydro facilities. It's amending existing law, RSA 362A:9 Roman 20, and it's attempting to amend this law so that it can actually be implemented. This law originally was passed with passage of SB 91 in 2021. That was a bill that had bipartisan support, and it was signed at a signing ceremony that the governor held both for SB 91 and House Bill 315, which was the bill that allowed municipal net metering. And again, that was back in August of 2021. And as Representative Vos or Chairman Vos mentioned, the original intent of SB 91 was to try to address the situation that two hydro facilities here in New Hampshire have. And both Monadnock Paper Mills and Brookfield Renewable have multiple hydro facilities behind a meter that's a single interconnection point. So in the case, for example, I'll give you Monadnock Paper Mills first. They have 3 hydro facilities. Each are below 1 megawatt. They're individually licensed by FERC. They're individually certified by the PUC to produce RECs. By all other measures, they are standalone facilities, but they interconnect and feed their power through Monadnock Paper Mills. And then Monadnock Paper Mills is the single point of interconnection to the grid. Similarly, Brookfield Renewable has actually 6 hydro facilities behind the retail meter. As you heard, it's White Mountain Paper up there. They have 6 hydro facilities behind the meter. 4 of those hydro facilities are under 5 megawatts. 2 are above 5, slightly above 5 megawatts. So originally, when we passed SB 91, it was to address the problem. Eversource was looking for clarification what they were saying is that when we look at this single point of interconnection in the example, for example, of Monadnock paper mills, we can't tell really whether it's three separate hydro facilities that are each under 1 megawatt. And as we know, anything under 1 megawatt qualifies for net metering. Or does it really kind of looks to us like it might just be one single hydro facility because it's coming through one single point of interconnection. And so they were just looking for clarity. So we passed SB 91 again, as I said, in 2021. Again, it had bipartisan support, and the idea was simply to try to level the playing field so that these two cases of hydro facilities that had this problem could participate in net metering. And with the passage of House Bill 315, municipal group net metering, like any other hydro facility is able to enjoy. After the passage of SB 91, both entities approached Eversource to start the paperwork, if you will, in terms of trying to net meter or group net meter. And Eversource identified an additional problem, fair enough. The additional problem was in the case of Brookfield, like I mentioned, they have the 6 hydro facilities. 4 are eligible for net metering and 2 are not. In addition, they have, as you've heard, they have a purchase power contract, a purchase power agreement with White Mountain Paper, and that's a long-term contract. And their first and foremost obligation is to have the output of the mill, output of the hydro facilities, supplying the load of the mill. And so, again, with net metering, it's really only excess generation that's not being used behind the meter that would potentially be eligible for net metering. And so, and in the case of Monadnock Paper Mill, they have, in addition to their 3 hydro facilities, they have an on-site steam turbine, runs off of waste heat from the mill. When the mill is running, that steam turbine is running, they're using all of their hydro. That means about 50% of their power needs. They buy the other 50% from the competitive market. But at any rate, Eversource was looking for a methodology, which is spelled out in this piece of legislation, a methodology which I'll oversimplify and just say that it's kind of like a fancy spreadsheet where you're metering the output of each hydro facility, looking at what's being used on site, and then making sure that anything that is coming out onto the grid, any kilowatt hours, that that you're being clear that if it's going to be, if those kilowatt hours are going to be net metered, that they're coming from eligible, net metered eligible facilities. So in the case of Brookfield, screening out any power that's coming from the 2 facilities that are greater than 5 megawatts. So that is the intent of this legislation, is to try to address that additional problem that we didn't foresee when SB 91 was passed. We did work closely with, and as you heard, there was efforts last year, and we worked with a variety of parties, Eversource, DOE, and the chairman, Vos. This year as well, we went back with Eversource and worked through this language. So the language that is in House Bill 458, we did work very closely with Eversource on, and they are comfortable with that language. So I just wanted to mention that as well. And the other thing I would say, 2 other things actually. One, with the net metered power that would be coming from the Brookfield facilities, any excess that's not being used to serve White Mountain Paper, that power would be eligible for the municipal group net metering program, again, which was passed with bipartisan support and signed by the governor at the signing ceremony in August of 2021. That was House Bill 315. So that's, as you know, political subdivisions, municipalities, schools, the state, counties that are eligible under that program. The final thing I wanted to say, and then I'll turn it over to Steve to add some additional remarks. This language has been very, very narrowly tailored to address these 2 situations. And if you look at the beginning of the law, or beginning of the legislation, we're talking about a hydroelectric generator with a total peak generating capacity that is at or below the capacity eligibility requirements set forth already in law. So again, that's 1 megawatt or less, serving municipalities, as well, and other political entities as well as businesses. If you're over 1 megawatt, you can only serve under the municipal net metering program. And that first became operational before July 1st of 2021, and that shares equipment or facilities with other generators, energy storage facilities, or electric utility customers for interconnection to the electric grid. And so that basically means to say only the two situations that we know of that have this problem of sharing a single interconnection point with the grid. So it is very narrowly tailored. And with that, I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thanks, Heidi.
For the record, I'm sorry, could you say your full name, please?
Yep. Good morning, Steve Zaretti with Brookfield Renewable. I guess I'd first reinforce what Heidi described, some questions around the arrangement between Brookfield and White Mountain Paper. Without getting into details of a private arrangement, I would just reinforce that the intent of this legislation and the entirety of the discussion we've had around it publicly and privately is focused entirely on excess generation unallocated under the PPA. So there was no intent on Brookfield's part to not continue to serve the mill or to not continue to serve our contractual obligations under that PPA. So that is unaffected as part of this. We acknowledge that. The discussion here, and in fact, the language described is focused on excess generation. And I think when you look at the language in the proposed legislation where it talks about the methodology that would have to be captured with the DOE's input, that is really acknowledging that there needs to be an identified methodology for understanding what is and isn't eligible. So what is serving the load as first priority, and then what is being exported to the grid, and of that exported energy, what is coming from the hydros that are below 5 megawatts, and that would ultimately be eligible. And then above 5 megawatts, of course, would not. So I just want to clarify that piece first. On the customer generator piece, that was something that we hadn't anticipated. We did work on SB 91 and had expected to enroll a portion of these projects. When we worked with Eversource, they determined that there would be an issue there. And we've worked collaboratively with them since to identify language that would work for project enrollment. In our view, in the absence of that language for participation in the program, there's really only a couple ways that we would pursue that, which is one would be implementing costly infrastructure to interconnect these stations individually, which sort of undermines the intent of the original enabling statute, or for Brookfield to take on the customer obligation at the point of interconnection, which would be an odd arrangement as we're an unaffiliated entity from the mill itself. So happy to answer whatever questions, but I did just want to clarify those two pieces up front.
Thank you, both of you. A question from Representative Coleman. Corman, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I understand. We're talking about 4 facilities altogether, but at least 10 megawatts of generation power, because 2 of them are at least 5 megawatts, the others are under 1, so somewhere, I don't know, 10 to 14 total. And much of that power is going to be used by White Mountain Paper, and then the rest would go onto the grid. So are we anticipating that that amount that goes onto the grid is always going to be under 5 megawatts or not?
So that's kind of the point of the language where it defers to the DOE to establish a methodology for determining what is and isn't eligible supply. So there's a couple ways that you could do that, and I won't, at this point, assume what the outcome of that would be, but that is the point of that, to make sure that nothing that would be eligible for the program is coming from a project that is size greater than the program limit.
Thank you. Representative Ploje.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When I first read this, I didn't see an issue. Now with 3 testimonies, I've heard that this would not affect proliferation. I've heard that this might open statutes, very strongly suggesting that, along with another suggestion, which is my question. Thank you. And the suggestion was that the two parties possibly could come up and solve this issue without legislation. Your view on that, is that possible?
Well, I don't want to discuss sort of a private arrangement publicly, and I don't want to speak on behalf of White Mountain Paper. But in our view, that would require some type of amendment to the PPA, which has all along been something that we're looking to avoid here. We're not looking to make any changes to the existing agreement. We want to keep that in place as is. And so any changes would either require some type of change to the PPA or some additional administrative burden on White Mountain Paper, which is also what we would like to not see here. So this, in our view, is the most streamlined way of keeping the contract unaffected, but enabling what we think was in part the intent of SB 91 to be operationalized.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused here. You seemed like you're saying you went into a voluntary contract between two private parties, and now, rather than go back and renegotiate the contract, you want us to pass a law that, among other people, requires me to pay a higher electric bill because it's all utility customers. So why should I pay a higher electric bill because you don't want to negotiate a contract?
The contract, I don't think, is necessarily relevant here because the point of this is about the excess generation that's not allocated to the contract. So we're not looking to make a change to the contract. We don't think we need to make a change to the contract. So that's not the intent of this.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Would you be open to saying, instead of all utility customers, that the two parties involved pick up all the cost associated with this rather than passing it on to some retired grandmother in Manchester?
So I think there are a couple things I just wanted to kind of be clear. So first of all, with the passage of House Bill 315, the state authorized municipal net metering. So any facility between 1 megawatt and 5 megawatts, whether it's hydro or solar or any other renewable, can serve political subdivisions as it's defined in that municipal net metering law. So what Brookfield is looking for under this legislation is the same ability that other hydro facilities and other renewable generators already have, which is to use the excess generation. So that the generation that's not already earmarked for White Mountain Paper under the purchase power agreement, what is excess, to be able to allocate or have the opportunity for that excess to be used in the municipal net metering program. So to the extent that, do you think there are costs associated with that? I think the idea here is just to try to level the playing field so that this hydro facility could participate just like others are allowed to. With respect to the, well, anyway, I guess I'll leave it there. I don't know if I've answered your question, but.
Follow up.
Well, you can have a follow-up when someone else asks questions, okay? Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that question, isn't the cost of counting the comings and the goings, the kilowatt hours, administering net metering already a cost that all of our utilities bear and already include in customers' bills, on the principle that net metering renewable energy is a benefit to consumers?
That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So regarding SB 91, your written testimony now indicates that the Berlin-Gorham situation was a driver of that, yet in your testimony 2 years ago, it never appeared, is never mentioned. Can you explain that disconnect?
So at least on Brookfield's part, I can say that we did submit testimony to this committee in favor of SB 91 and described the implications for our composite.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Specifically, focusing in on Berlin and Gorham. It was not mentioned before, but now is.
Same answer. So we did testify before the committee. You may be confusing that with Monadnock paper, which was also discussed in committee, but we did work actually with Monadnock paper on that legislation and testified before the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, I will take one last follow-up from Representative Harrington.
And I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You mentioned municipalities in your previous statement in response to my question. I'm a little confused. I thought these were two private parties. Which one is municipal?
So the point would be to enroll the projects or the excess output from the projects into the municipal group net metering program, so that the beneficiaries of that enrollment would be municipalities and other political subdivisions.
Okay, thank you for your testimonies. Well explained. I'm going to invite Mr. Kuzi up next, representing White Mountain.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Cuzzy with Prospect Hill Strategies here in town. This morning here on behalf of White Mountain Paper Company. White Mountain Paper Company at this time does not have a position on the bill. Largely that is because, as Mr. Roberge mentioned, the company just became aware of the legislation. I just began working with the company a few weeks ago. And as Ms. Kroll mentioned, all the stakeholders that were in discussions going back to last year, White Mountain Paper was not among those, even though we're a pretty significant stakeholder here, which is not a complaint, just a statement of fact. That being the case, White Mountain Paper thinks that for all the points of discussion made this morning, that it would maybe make sense to have the benefit of some time so that we can engage with Brookfield and others, and also internally decide what, if any, are the impacts, both in terms of the current agreement, but also what may be the impact down the road once this agreement, which I believe the PPA expires in 2030. In 2030. Obviously, that generation is the lifeblood of the mill, and so there are those implications that the company would like the benefit of understanding both internally and in the discussions with Brookfield and others. So I do know, as previously mentioned, SB 40 is already on its way from the Senate, which is companion legislation, and I would respectfully suggest that if it's possible that maybe that be the vehicle that is utilized, because that will be worked on in the spring. That'll give us several weeks, a couple months to better determine how we feel about this, we White Mountain Paper feel about this, and see if there's a path to yes on that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and happy to answer any questions to the best I can.
Yes, I will take liberty to ask just one question, which I'm sure others may ask the same question as before. Do you believe that we need legislation, or can this be worked out offline?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Vice Chair. Respectfully, I think I don't know, and so that is why that is why we don't have a position, but why we also think this would benefit from some time.
Thank you, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Could you elaborate a little bit more on how the EPA fits into this?
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't be in a position to elaborate on that. I apologize. We can get you that answer. Thank you.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In the research that you've done since becoming aware of this, did you find out if there has been any attempts to address this administratively, going to the Department of Energy, the PUC, that type of thing?
On behalf of White Mountain, or just
Just generally.
generally?
Yeah.
I can only speak to White Mountain. We're not aware of, White Mountain has not been a part of any of those discussions. I know Department of Energy also reached out to see if the company, just a matter of a week or two ago, or something along those lines, to see if the company had had a chance to look at the legislation. That would be the extent, as far as I know, of White Mountain's administrative exploration, I guess, for lack of a better way to phrase it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelsey, for your testimony. We're going to move along now. Thank you. And I'm going to call on Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource.
Good morning. For the record, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Just want to start off by saying that Eversource is in support of this legislation. We do appreciate the outreach to us to work on the language and get it to a place that we think is really narrowly focused on fixing a metering issue. And making sure that these two hydro facilities are able to participate in state net metering as authorized by SB 91 in 2021. I guess we respectfully disagree with our friends at the Department of Energy that this is a broader, more expansive piece of legislation. From the company's perspective, the challenge is that, as Ms. Kroll described, you have two facilities with multiple, two locations with multiple generating facilities that are located behind the Eversource retail meter. And in order for them to participate in net metering, as previously authorized, the company needed to determine how to essentially read those meters. Those are privately owned meters. They're revenue grade meters, which means they're highly accurate and able to participate in regional markets. But the clarity that is being sought by this legislation is who owns the meter, who reads the meter, who maintains the meter, who ensures the accuracy of the meter. And that really is what is sought to be answered by this legislation. And so as the legislation contemplates, the customers who own the meter, the generator, who owns the meter would be responsible for reading it and then submitting that information to Eversource, the utility, on a monthly basis in a manner that is agreed to by the Department of Energy. So obviously looking at the on-site generation, what is excluded from net metering because it might be either a technology that doesn't qualify or the size of the facility that doesn't qualify. And then the utility takes that information as described in the bill and via a manual process would apply those net metering credits to the accounts. And I would just note that all group net metering, all municipal net metering is a manual process for the utility. It's all done via spreadsheet by individuals on a monthly basis. This would be no different. And just to answer what I imagine is a question that I will get asked about the costs associated of administering that. I don't have that information because obviously it depends on the methodology and the process that gets approved by the Public Utilities Commission, by the Department of Energy. However, we certainly do not believe that it will be a significant cost driver. Again, you're talking about an individual taking a spreadsheet, applying it through our billing system in a manual process. That's not big dollars, but it was important to us to have that language included in the legislation because this is a unique circumstance, and 10 years from now, 20 years from now, having that legislative record is important for future rate cases and future cost recovery. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Mr. Licata. Good to see you here. I'm going to call on Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think I got this correct. You're going to be able to somehow collect all your costs associated with this, and as written, you would then distribute those costs over all the ratepayers for Eversource. Couldn't it just as easily be sent to the people benefiting from this new law rather than have me pay a higher electric bill?
So you are correct. The company's interpretation as written is that it would be collected from all distribution customers. So I know the question came up about whether it was default service or all customers. This is written all distribution customers. It could certainly be written. I think you would need to amend the language though and make it very specific to the billing process. Right now, that includes all net metering credits. So, if the customers were paying for the net metering credits that they receive, it's just sort of cyclical, right? It doesn't do what it's intended to do. But, I can't speak to the company, the two companies, either interest or ability to absorb those manual billing costs. Again, we do not expect them to be significant.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Licata, for your testimony. Seeing no other pink cards here, I see no other speakers, so I will close the public hearing on HB 458 and ask Representative Ploget to present the blue sheet comments. I was going to open up the next bill and I'll be that.
Representative Ploget, you have some information for us?
Thank you, Chair. On House Bill 458, the blue sheet, there was 2 in favor, none opposed. Online, there was 28 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I would like next to open a public hearing on House Bill 381 and call to the testimony table the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Michael Harrington. Just to give the committee an update, we are now officially 1/2 hour behind schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do my best to make this very fast then. fairly simple issue. You know, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. So if it acts like a tax, it probably is a tax. What this bill simply says is that if you want to adjust the system benefits charge, it was established by statute. If you want to make it higher or lower, then you change the statute. You don't delegate that authority to anybody else. It has to go back through the general court, or it is allowed for authorization by the fiscal committee of the general court, as well as the court itself. So that's it. Not complicated.
Okay, thank you for introducing House Bill 381. Questions from the committee? Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative Harrington, for presenting this bill. I do have a question about what it looks like for the fiscal committee to approve it. Can you just walk me through what that process would be?
I would thank you for the question, but I'm not going to try to quote the exact process because I don't have it memorized. But there is a process that the fiscal committee. This is not new to this bill. It's a process that's used quite often for different things.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So having gone through this with the state building code every 3 years when we update the state building code, it requires the updated bill to go through ED&A, right, a House committee, then to get approved by the House and the Senate, and then signed into law by the governor. And we've had problems in the past with the state building code where we were approximately 9 years behind the rest of the country because we couldn't come to a consensus on updating the state building code for construction. And so it just lagged and lagged and lagged. Do you see something like that becoming an impediment with this bill because we can't get our act together as a legislature?
Not at all, because first of all, it's the purpose of the legislature. We get elected, and one of our most important duties that we have is to decide who's going to get taxed and how much. So the system benefit charge is a fancy name for a tax. We're taking money away from people. They have no choice. If they want to have electricity, they have to pay it. So I just think the legislature should look at it, and if we decide that it needs to be increased or decreased or just stay the same, that's fine. There's no impediment. There's no codes involved. This is strictly at the discretion of the legislature, and I don't see that as being an issue.
Thank you.
Additional questions from the committee? Seeing none,
I told you it would be quick.
I'll thank Representative Harrington for introducing House Bill 381. And I'll next call on, and I'll remind Representative Harrington that he needs to fill out a pink card.
You got me again.
And then I'll call to the testimony table the representative from the Department of Energy, Mr. Griffin Roberge.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Griffin Roberge, New Hampshire Department of Energy. DOE is neutral on this bill as introduced. For context, this bill amends state statute that was created by House Bill 549 last year. That statute codified the rate at which the system benefits charge is set and is increased in the future. The bill was passed by the legislature in response to PUC decisions to alter the funding levels from the SBC to the state's energy efficiency programs that are managed by the utilities here in the state. Under House Bill 549 from last year, the legislature clearly established what the system benefits charge level should be. Per that bill, the portion of the system benefits charge shall be adjusted annually using the most recently available 3-year average of the Consumer Price Index plus 0.25%. The bill would remove this language that allows for this kind of escalator in the system benefits charge and require any increase to the system benefits charge to be done through legislative approval, either through legislation as this committee regularly does, or through the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee. We do want to inform the committee that should the bill forward, wrapping on Representative McWilliams' question, further clarity around the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee approval path would be welcomed. As the committee knows, state agencies and departments bring forward items to the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee for review. Should an increase be made, is the fiscal committee coming from a state agency or a state department? If it does fall to say DOE or the PUC, how would we know when to bring an item? Is there some other route that the legislature would like the fiscal item to appear before the fiscal committee? These are just some of the questions that the department would respectfully encourage the committee to consider should it move forward with this bill. And that really concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your and the department's perspective on this issue. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. So, as I'm seeing this, it's possible that we could have a scenario where the legislature fails to update the system benefits charge as the consumer price index goes up and up and up. Would that mean that effectively then the value of the SBC going into energy efficiency, is it being lowered then in effect?
Thank you for the question. So based on our read of the bill, it does not lower the system benefits charge in any way, shape, or form. It keeps it static as to where it currently is. It prevents any further, the bill prevents any further increase to the system benefits charge absent legislative approval. Again, under current statute is that the SBC is allowed to increase based on the available 3-year average of the CPI plus 0.25%. Under this bill, again, that language would be removed. Funding level remains where it is. It will not change unless legislative approval is made.
Follow up?
Right, but my concern is more about if the SBC stays the same but prices continue to increase, does that lower the effective value of the SBC? What the amount of energy efficiency that we can buy?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is decreasing.
Yep, I apologize. I understand your question now. That is a potential, obviously, inflation increases cost for goods, supplies, services, and that type of thing. That is obviously a policy consideration for this committee to consider. But again, House Bill 549 was a clear demonstration by the legislature last year that they wanted a role in setting the system benefits charge. So it falls to policymakers to make that decision. Thank you for the question.
Representative Notter has a question.
I did, but I just found it on my phone. Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Forgive me if I'm forgetting something from our orientation sessions, but this bill is only talking about the energy efficiency component of the SBC.
That's correct.
What percentage of the total SBC does that represent?
If I'd love to follow up with you on that. I don't have that data available here, but I'm sure it varies across utility to utility, but I can check on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very quick clarification question. Is it your understanding that in the New Hampshire Constitution, it states that the State House of Representatives controls the purse of the state of New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. I am not a constitutional expert, so I guess I would defer to your judgment on that.
Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we capped the system benefit charge at 2020 levels, can you tell me how that would directly impact energy efficiency in New Hampshire?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So if this bill were to move forward and funding levels remain the same, they would remain static. They would not go up or down absent legislative approval. Circling back to what Representative Corman may be asked is that obviously the current language allows inflation to be a factor in readjusting the system benefits charge rate. With that language removed, again, there's no consideration of other factors like that. It would again be a legislative call for policymakers to make.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roberge, the system benefits charge is a policy instrument that was invented decades ago and adopted here in New Hampshire and is used by many other states throughout the country, representing an investment, a strategic investment in energy efficiency as part of the utility system.
Representative, I'm sure
There is a
Mr.
question coming, I assure
Roberge
you.
knows what the system
Yes.
benefits charge is.
Yes, well, the point
so
I'm trying
pleased
to
to
make,
ask a
the
question.
system benefits charge has been, because it's part of the utility administration system, it, like utility rates, has been the province of public utilities commissions, which have staff which conduct all kinds of economic analyses of costs and benefits and carefully adjust rates and the system benefits charge. Wouldn't this bill, if adopted, be requiring the fiscal committee of the House of Representatives of New Hampshire to suddenly acquire all of the intricate knowledge and economic analysis ability to properly evaluate cost benefit, adjust the system benefits charge or not? I mean, wouldn't that be a pretty huge burden to add to the already complicated work of the House Finance Committee?
Sure, and thank you for the question. I am not going to, legislators can study, look at, take on whatever they wish to look at. Obviously, the legislature decided last year when it passed House Bill 549 that it wanted a more active role in where the system benefits charge levels should be. Obviously, with that, they put in an escalator under current language. Whether or not the legislature wants to take on more of a role in determining maybe cost benefit and that type of thing, again, obviously a policy call for folks to make.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Summers has another one.
Just a very quick question, Mr. Chairman. As with the system benefits charge, though, as we know, inflation rates can vary, and as they go up, would this indeed increase the cost to the ratepayers?
Thank you for the question. Just to follow up, I guess you're asking, as inflation goes up and the current statute allows for the consideration of inflation, wouldn't the system benefits charge also increase? I think that's what you're asking. That is true, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up to a question that I had asked earlier. So if I understand correctly, the way the way this bill is worded, if it passes, the legislature would decide on what the energy efficiency portion of the SBC should be. That would then be fed to the PUC, the DOE, or the PUC, I assume, to be worked into the calculation of what the system benefits charge is?
I thank you for the question. So I believe that would likely be the case. Obviously, there is a mechanism in current statute whereby the system benefits charge can increase considering certain factors, and then how those calculations are determined by the Department of Energy when it comes to setting the SBC. This bill would remove that and put the responsibility largely entirely in the hands of the legislature to determine what that rate is.
Follow up?
Follow up?
But my point is, or my question is, it isn't really this doesn't change the responsibility for setting the entire SBC to the legislature. The department would still have responsibility for setting the SBC. The legislature only has responsibility for setting a portion of the SBC.
Got it. I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. So I'd have to take a look through the further House Bill 549 statute. I've only got what the part of the statute that's here in House Bill 381. But obviously, as you see on lines 12 to 13, you see that the energy efficiency portion of the system benefits charge is adjusted based on various factors as calculated by the Department of Energy. So that language is being removed. And to just replace it with that the rate will be established by the New Hampshire General Court. So in that aspect, I guess the Department of Energy is being removed from trying to help calculate that. But again, the legislature, at least in this bill, is indicating that it would like to take on a more active role in determining what that rate should be. But if it helps at all, I'd like to take a deeper dive in the 549 bill and then follow up with you by email if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds, you have another quick question? Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions for the department, we appreciate
you.
you being here, Mr. Roberge. And now I will call on our consumer advocate, Mr. Don Kreis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I'm Donald Crease, the consumer advocate. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today about House Bill 381. I respectfully request that you report this bill to the floor of the House as inexpedient to legislate. I have 4 reasons for making that recommendation on behalf of the state's residential ratepayers, and I will try to lay each of them out in elevator speech format. Although I understand that reasonable people might differ about whether and to what extent we should pursue ratepayer-funded energy efficiency, the state reached what I thought was a pretty good consensus on this issue a year ago via House Bill 549. We should give the provision of that bill, all of the provisions of that bill, time to have their effect, particularly via the required filing of a new triennial energy efficiency plan this coming summer. Point number 2, the energy efficiency portion of the system benefits charge and the related LDAC charge on natural gas bills are properly regarded as a regulated rate charged by utilities for a particular service, energy efficiency. I respectfully disagree with the notion that the system benefits charge is a tax, and here is why. The SBC is not collected by the government. The money is never in the hands of the government, and not 1 cent of the money is spent by the government. It is, I think, bad public policy for legislatures to set utility rates. That's why every state in the country has a PUC or something like it. I'm not suggesting that legislatures, particularly this one, lack the skill or the insight to set rates. To the contrary, there are enough PhDs, lawyers, and former PUC commissioners on this committee so that if you were the PUC, you'd put any PUC in the country to shame. But legislators lack the time to do full-blown rate investigations, and when the PUC does it, the decisions have to be based on a full and fairly developed evidentiary record based on sworn testimony. Those are requirements that are conducive to the kind of fairness and rigor that I know you all like to see when it comes to setting utility rates. This point number 3 responds to some of the concerns I've heard already. I worry that House Bill 381 might actually be unconstitutional. If the intent here is to have the PUC approve any increases in the SBC and then subject them to approval by the General Court or the Fiscal Committee, I think that that would amount to a one-house veto of a PUC decision or even a one-committee veto of a PUC decision. Way back in 1983, in a case entitled INS versus Chadha, the U.S. Supreme Court decided, as a matter of federal constitutional law, that one-house vetoes are unconstitutional. The reason is that they violate the presentment and bicameralism clauses of the U.S. Constitution. The latter says that Congress can only act via bills adopted by each chamber, the House and the Senate. The former says that all bills, in order to become law, must be presented to the president for his signature and veto. I have no doubt that the exact same problems would arise with a one-house veto under the New Hampshire Constitution as interpreted by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Finally, and this is the most important thing I have to say, at a time when electricity prices are soaring, the very last thing we want to do is clip the wings of our ratepayer-funded NH-Saves energy efficiency programs. To repeat what I have said in this very room just a few days ago, negawatts with an N are cheaper than megawatts with an M. I respect those who are philosophically opposed to putting thumbs on the scale of the market economy and energy to support energy efficiency, but to my friends of that persuasion, I say respectfully, please do not let the perfect become the enemy of the good. That concludes my prepared testimony. Of course, if it's the chair's pleasure, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Crease. We appreciate your being here and speaking to us about this bill today. I have a question about your point of constitutionality. Because the fiscal committee is a joint fiscal committee that has both members of the House and the Senate on it, would that address the question of one-house vetoes?
I would respectfully suggest it would not, simply because neither house in that scenario, meaning neither the Senate nor the House would actually vote on the proposal and then pass it along to the governor for his signature or veto.
Thank you for your legal opinion on that question. Okay, further questions for Mr. Crease? Seeing none, I thank you for being here,
Thank you for letting me off easy.
and I'll call to the call to the front of the room, Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource.
Good morning. Again, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy, coming before you this time in opposition to HB 381. I won't belabor a number of the points that have already been made, but our opposition stems from the fact that this legislation, if enacted, would really fundamentally change the legislation that was passed just last year, HB 549, which sought to provide consistency to the utilities and the regulators and our customers on the funding sources for energy efficiency programs, which the utilities administer on behalf of the state. Before, this section of law that is struck out in the bill has not been implemented yet. As the consumer advocate Don Crease had mentioned, we have not yet developed the next triennial 3-year plan that would be based upon this level of funding. So this would really sort of put a hard right turn in that process that was developed under 549 last year. And I would just point out that that legislation was passed unanimously by both the House and Senate and signed by the governor in an expedited fashion with the intent of providing that level of consistency and preservation of the programs. If this bill were to move forward, I would echo the comments of the Department of Energy that additional clarity would be necessary or welcome on lines 16 through 19 related to exactly how that submission and approval by either the general court or the fiscal committee, would that be plans provided by the utilities, as is the case to the Public Utilities Commission? Would that process precede the submission of approval to the fiscal committee? Would the Public Utilities Commission be the entity submitting that approved plan? Would it be the Department of Energy? As you can see, there are a lot of questions of sort of just process nature around that. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you. Appreciate your perspective on this issue. Questions from the committee? Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd kind of like to resurrect the question that I was going to ask earlier and just direct it to you, Mr. Licata, and it refers back to Representative Summers' question of a previous witness. Since we've had testimony from you and from your colleagues at the other utilities that every dollar spent through the system benefits charge through the New Hampshire Saves program yields a savings to ratepayers of over $4. If that system benefits charge continues to increase, as is contemplated by current legislation, wouldn't the benefits to ratepayers also increase?
Thank you for the question. So I think the short answer is yes, but, and the but is simply that all of the programs, quite frankly, whether this is passed or whether the current construct moves forward, are subject to a stringent and rigorous cost-benefit analysis to achieve the savings as you described, Representative. So, so even though the costs of the program go up, they still need to meet that cost-benefit analysis, which was enshrined in state statute with HB 549 called the Granite State Test.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I want to thank you for being here. And we'll call our final individual who would like to speak on this bill, and that is Nick Krakoff from the Conservation Law Foundation. Nick, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. As he said, my name is Nick Krakoff. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation here in Concord. I urge you to oppose HB 381. And I really question why we're here today discussing this bill. You know, as others have already testified, last year the New Hampshire House and Senate overwhelmingly passed HB 549. And HB 549 reflected a bipartisan compromise that energy efficiency programs benefit New Hampshire's economy. Energy efficiency programs are a cost-effective way to reduce families' and businesses' energy expenditures, and that New Hampshire Saves should have a stable funding level going forward. HB 381 now seeks to undo this careful bipartisan compromise reflected in HB 549 by eliminating any adjustments to the system benefits charge based on the consumer price index increases. HB 381 would result in reductions in funding for New Hampshire Saves programs. Because of the high current level of inflation, these reductions would likely be substantial over time. And this in turn would likely translate to less funding for cost-effective and popular energy efficiency programs and probably loss of energy efficiency jobs. HB 549 reflects a rare bipartisan win for New Hampshire. And I urge the committee to vote against this bill and vote ITL. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Krakoff? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony. And I have no additional pink cards for this bill. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak who has not spoken? Apparently there is one person. Please come forward, sir. Please hand your pink card to Miss Thomas over here. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. And so I'm about to introduce Mr. Ken Grant, who is a citizen of Barrington, New Hampshire.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. I'll make this quick. Not experienced at public speaking. I've received bills from Eversource for my property, which is 1,100 square foot property. I keep the thermostat at 70 degrees. Yet in the bill that I've received, I have become suspect of emitting greenhouse gases, and I'm then not having any solar or any energy alternatives to receive this transfer payment of this energy credit, the system benefit charge. But in my opinion, it's more than a tax, it's a payment, a transfer charge. And yet, people, there are houses that are 2-3 times the size of my house that might be receiving this benefit charge, but they've got things like a couple air conditioners. They're 3,000 or 4,000 square foot houses. They may even have more than one oil or fuel heating source. And I just don't see why that I'm being charged this type of tax for this payment transfer to subsidize somebody else. And there must be a cost. There must be some type of administration cost to this that I'm also paying for. And that I oppose the system benefit charge. If people want all this stuff, they should be willing to pay for it. But then come and taxing me for it, I don't agree with. I support the bill, though. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions for Mr. Grant, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 381 and ask Mr. Ploget, Representative Ploget, to tell us what the blue sheet has to say about it.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 381, there was 2 in favor. My pardon. There was 2 opposed none in favor. I do not have the online information.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're still about a half hour behind given our schedule here this morning, but I am going to call for a 5-minute recess so that we can have a bio break, and then we will return to this room to take up House Bill 385. Recess for 5 minutes.
The guy down the street's got a 5,000 square foot house, 2 air conditioners. He's getting a system benefit. He's got a couple of panels running his computer. Just have to clean up with the second. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank Oh, yeah. Pretty well done. You don't like that rubber. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me that and then I go into that.
Good morning, how are you? Very good, Jake. 6. Just turned 6 in September. These are great. Yeah. It's a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that does like bad, but yeah. He's just fine. He's really well with his reading.
That's, you know, we're paying right. Oh, thank you. I know, it's like some of the town meetings, selectmen have meetings, you see 1 or 2 people, you know, where's our support? We wanted to show up because of this here, and the assistance.
Yeah, no, I got it.
But it's a transfer thing.
No, I like that.
It's another government subsidy. What happens is the government transfer payments right out of the treasury. They never end and they always seem. I love it. You're Ronald Reagan.
Oh, it's his birthday. We used to have a birthday party every year.
Well, thank you for your service.
That was what I was.
Hey there, do you have something to chat with us?
So I
sure.
woke up, rent clothes, get canceled, so it's not, it was fine.
Thirty-second warning for starting the next bill. And I count fast. I'm going to open up Bill 385 with Representative Chairman Vose introducing his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning to the members of the committee once again. For the record, I'm Representative Michael Vose. I represent Rockingham 5, District 5, the town of Epping, and I serve as chair of this committee. So I'm here this time to introduce House Bill 385, which is a bill that the Public Utilities Commission asked me to file. When the Public Utilities Commission was separated into a smaller PUC and a big Department of Energy, there were a lot of administrative strings to untangle to separate the two entities. And one of the strings that needed to be unwound involved giving authority from that was previously with the PUC to the DOE and vice versa. This bill arose from the realization by the PUC that complaints that might arise from newly passed legislation on community aggregation should probably better be resolved by the department rather than the commission, unless there was a disagreement between the complainant and the department, in which case the commission would become the arbiter, the adjudicator of a final decision. So this bill was submitted to transfer that authority from the commission, which previously had jurisdiction over RSA 53E Community Power Aggregation to the Department of Energy for complaint investigation. That is basically the purpose of the bill. That's all the language that the bill does. And there are people behind me who I'm sure will testify to give you more detail on why this was necessary, whether or not it will cost or has costs that the Department of Energy would have to assume, and whether they can afford to assume that without an appropriation being added to the bill. All of that will be revealed in subsequent testimony to mine. So I'm going to end it there and open the floor to questions and the people who want to testify behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vose, for the explanation. I'll call on Representative Summers for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for you. Would current stated statutes for the PUC still be able to receive complaints at the PUC?
If we pass this, would that
Yes,
still
I'm
be
sorry,
the
yes.
process? No, I think that the complaints would go to the Department of Energy. They would try to resolve the complaint according to the language of the bill. If they could not satisfy the complainant adequately, the complainant objected to whatever solution that the department came up with, then they could appeal that decision to the commission.
Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. I'm not sure what the problem is that this bill is trying to fix. So can you answer, had the PUC objected to having to resolve complaints?
The PUC is a much smaller organization now than it used to be. It only has, as you'll recall from the presentation we heard last Friday, it only has 16 full-time employees and maybe a couple of part-time employees. So they have far less staff to deal with issues such as this than they used to. The Department of Energy, on the other hand, has like 75 or 80 employees. They have a compliance division, which is charged with dealing with complaints and other compliance issues. So the commission felt that this responsibility more properly lay with the Department of Energy.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question. Would it be correct, am I correct in stating that the consumer group that used to work for the PUC has the personnel, the responsibilities, and has moved over to the Department of Energy?
I believe that is correct. You could verify that with the spokesman for the Department of Energy.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling with the flow here. If somebody has, the way I read this is the commission sets the rules or makes the initial ruling. Then if the individual has an issue, they go to the DOE. The DOE decides, but if the person involved in that decision still has an issue, it goes back to the commission. So the same people that are setting the rules get the ultimate decision on what the resolution would be. Why wouldn't the initial complaint be handled by the PUC, with the DOE being kind of the final arbitrator to kind of negotiate a settlement?
Good question. Thank you, Representative, for it. The issue here is investigating the complaint. The PUC doesn't have the resources to investigate the complaint, whereas the DOE and its compliance division hopefully does. They may require some additional resources. We'll hear about that in subsequent testimony, but presumably, because they have a much larger staff, they're in a better place to do complaint investigation than the commission is itself. The commission itself can adjudicate issues of dispute once the facts are known, once the investigation is complete, but they don't have or at least they're telling us through this legislation that they don't have the staff to do the investigation.
Follow up?
One follow-up.
Okay. Isn't the issue wouldn't the issue therefore be the allocation of staff? That perhaps some of the staff that was sent from the PUC to the DOE needs to go back to the PUC?
I can't comment on that. If anybody from the commission testifies at this public hearing, you could ask them that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're starting to have circular questions here, so I think I'd like to move on. Thank you, Representative Vose, for your testimony. I'd like to call on Mr. Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy, who I'm sure has heard a lot of questions that he can answer.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas, members of the committee, Griffin Roberge again from the Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. For context, this bill amends state statute regarding complaints arising from community electric aggregation plans. Under current statute, the public utility vets and approves community aggregation plans. Under administrative rule, the PUC currently vets complaints, but none of these community aggregation plans have really gone live as of yet. So the PUC has not received any active complaints right now. HB 385 outlines a process to settle complaints arising from municipal or county aggregation committees, the community power aggregator, or the utility before the Department of Energy. Per the bill's process, a complaint is submitted to the department and is shared with all parties. DOE may issue an order requiring the complaint to be addressed, or that the complaint be addressed by the complained about party. DOE is allowed to investigate complaints, and we may bring proceedings before the PUC, or if the complainant is unsatisfied with the department's findings, they may obviously appeal, as has been mentioned, to the PUC. DOE wanted to note several observations should this bill move forward in its current form. The department does not have an appropriate revenue stream to bill this new regulatory responsibility. While the department normally uses utility assessments to pay for its work dealing with electric distribution companies, there is no means currently in state statute for DOE to place an assessment on municipalities and community aggregation plans. Additionally, there is nothing in state statute that gives DOE the authority to compel these community aggregations or utilities to undertake any specific action in a complaint. DOE obviously under this language can issue findings and issue orders, but it doesn't have any enforcement mechanisms to compel parties to engage in any type of activity or remedy. Additionally, DOE cannot predict how frequently complaints will occur or how many complaints the department will receive over any given period of time. Should these complaints be made frequently, as I mentioned, it's likely we will not have the staffing resources to vet these complaints. We expect that the complaints will likely be very complex and time consuming. We are estimating that we will likely need back of the envelope figures likely need 2 additional positions, full-time attorney and a full-time utility analyst to process these complaints. I know that when the prime sponsor testified that there's some discussion about the allocation of resources between the PUC and the DOE. It is true that a lot of the consumer division staff that was formerly at the PUC have now been rolled over to the Department of Energy. If the thought was to have the consumer division within the Department of Energy take these on, again, they do not have the current resources to vet these complaints. There would likely need to be the additional positions funded. And for additional context, we've heard that the PUC is a very slim regulatory body operating solely for adjudication issues. Regardless of whether or not these complaints remain with the PUC or are shifted over to the department, a lot of these concerns will remain. Whether or not the PUC or DOE have the resources to vet these complaints, whether or not the PUC or the DOE have the appropriate revenue streams to bill for this type of work. So these are all things we want the committee to consider should they move forward with this bill. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge. I'll ask my question here to you. Based on what you just said, for clarification, it sounds like neither the DOE nor the PUC are ready or equipped to assume any complaints from the community aggregation program once it gets going. Is that what you're saying?
So thank you for the question. So there is currently a process under administrative rule at the PUC to vet complaints. However, I think a lot of the issues regarding revenue stream and staffing, frequency of how often these complaints may occur, are things to consider off in the future once these complaints start arising. They haven't arisen yet. So it is something for policymakers to consider. Obviously, community aggregation was a result of House Bill 315 2 years ago. It was a substantial policy change. There are obviously pieces that still need to be fleshed out and picked up after that.
Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. I understand you can't give us a number of anticipated complaints, but surely you can give us a number of complaints that have already happened. So do you have an estimate of how often these complaints happen? Is it yearly? Is it monthly?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, as I mentioned, the PUC approves community aggregation plans to ensure that they're in conformance with state statute and administrative rule. But it's my understanding is that none of these community aggregation plans have actually taken off as of yet. Like none are live. They've gotten approval, but they still need to develop. So in that instance, I believe that there have been no active complaints made before the PUC as of yet. So I couldn't give any type of indication as to what might come up in the future. But it's something for policymakers to consider.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. When we had PUC testify in front of us last week, and we brought up the fact that they have a stated order that says that the utilities can only go to the market once every 6 months to buy electricity, and they said they were investigating it. Because of the size of their body right now, who would be investigating it right now? And if this bill was passed, would that responsibility fall upon the DOE?
Thank you for the question. So I wasn't here for the PUC's presentation, so I'll take your word about what they mentioned about utilities seeking default service. If they, I imagine they have I believe they have a number of investigations pending right now. Those investigations are largely done by the three commissioners, by the Public Utilities Commission itself, with assistance from their staff. Whether or not those investigations might impact their ability to vet these complaints, I don't know. That's a workload issue that might be better directed at the PUC.
Thank you.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here today. This seems like a preemptive solution to something that we really don't know if it's going to be a problem yet. And I applaud the idea of trying to be preemptive and before a problem occurs. But at the same time, could you say this is because we don't know the scope of the problem yet? Could you say this is a solution looking for a problem?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't know if I would necessarily say that. I think I would say that I think I turn it around a little bit and say this is, I guess, maybe a hole in the regulatory process around these community aggregation plans. It's not necessarily a hole that's presenting a problem yet, but it might be something for policymakers to consider as these community aggregation plans start getting up and off the ground and becoming live and active.
Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could community power vendors pay for complaint investigations?
Thank you for the question. It's possible, but under the, I guess I could say, yeah, it's possible, but under the current language, that's not something that's indicated here. Or it's not an option, I guess, under the current language, I should say.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again for taking my question. Can you describe what the nature of a complaint might be? I know this is speculative, but I'm just wondering, what would these complaints be like?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I couldn't give you too much of detail on that as of yet, but under the current language, This process only arises if a complaint comes from a municipal or county aggregator or an electric distribution utility. It is my understanding that, say, if you're just a resident in a municipality with a community aggregation, your complaint would not go through this process. You would first complain to the town. It's kind of like dealing with a water district or your water bill, right? You go to your local water district. You don't appeal straight up to the PUC or the Supreme Court about it. Regarding, I guess, the nature of the complaints as to what they might entail, I don't know, but I would submit that community aggregation plans are fairly complex. They're not necessarily a straightforward thing. So I do imagine that it will take some staff time to vet these complaints and to conduct a full investigation and everything like that.
Thank you. I sense our questions are circling around the same subject matter. I'd like to move on now. Thank you for your testimony,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Roberge. I'm going to call on a subject matter expert on this, which would be Mr. Clifton Belo, who has promised me he will solve all of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. I'm here on behalf of the Community Power Coalition in New Hampshire, a joint power agency comprised of 28 subdivisions of the state, 27 municipalities in one county that are looking to launch community power aggregation programs, some as early as April of this year. We don't have a position particularly for or against this bill. I certainly understand that the PUC is got a limited staffing. In general, there is language in statute along these lines or in rules that deal with how it used to be the PUC, but it was shifted in the reorganization to the Department of Energy, how they deal with complaints. And I don't think this is limited to complaints made by community aggregations or the utility, but it is limited. If you look on line 17, it says complaints pertaining to actions undertaken or omitted by any municipal or county aggregator or electric distribution utility arising under this chapter shall be made to the department. So that goes on. Currently, although this is not addressed per se in law, the rules that the PUC adopted do provide that the complaints would go to the PUC and they would follow similar steps. I do, if the bill moves forward, I do have a few suggestions that I think would address some concerns that we have. And I'll just say, we do have some issues where we feel that the utilities are not acting in compliance with the rules that have been adopted. At this point, we are working directly with the utilities to try to resolve those and to help them come into compliance. Some of it's just because this is new and it takes a while to implement certain things, and some things haven't been implemented yet that the rules call for. So, we don't want to make any formal complaints, but at some point we may need to, because we are letting the utilities know that at this point, well, with at least two of them, that some of the delays in compliance with the rules are risking delay in our ability to launch. That being said, I think my concern are that when complaints, well, there's two kinds of complaints, I should say. The Consumer Affairs Division, which was part of the PUC and was moved over to DOE, traditionally handled just like a residential ratepayer that would have, a complaint that their bill wasn't calculated right or something like that. And those would not be publicly docketed. The Consumer Affairs would work with the customer and the utility to try to resolve it, and the vast majority of those would be resolved. Occasionally, they'd get escalated to an adjudicated proceeding at the commission, and the commission would have to decide the matter. But traditionally, if a business, something other than a residential ratepayer made a complaint, it would get docketed. And so there'd be a public record of it. And so this is one of my first concerns. Just using as an example, a private business that I'm a partner in, One Court Street Associates, filed a complaint in May of 2017 regarding, it was a complaint against Liberty Utility for them failing to maintain certain of their distribution facilities. They responded to the complaint. We replied to that in June of 2017, asking for an independent investigation because we didn't think their response was satisfactory. A technical session was scheduled in January of 2018 and held. And then sort of nothing happened in the docket for a number of years. And finally, on just about a year ago, in February of 2022, the PUC issued a order seeking a status report from the Department of Energy since on July 2021, they were made responsible for conducting these investigations into consumer complaints. And they asked the question, what's the status of the investigation and should we close this docket? And the Department of Energy replied on the deadline of March 9th, 2022, and said the department has not completed its investigation into this matter and has not yet concluded whether filing a motion to bring the complaint before the commission is warranted. So nothing has happened since then. There's no record of the complaint that's publicly visible on the Department of Energy website. They have not, unlike the PUC, they don't docket complaints like this. So one of my requests would be that for non-residential ratepayers, that the Department of Energy publicly docket the complaint and put the complaint and the utility response in a publicly available location through their website, because there may be other entities that have a similar concern. And this could certainly apply to either community power aggregations or utilities where there's a complaint. I think residential is different because maybe residential people don't want that information public. They'd rather just try to resolve the problem. So that's one suggestion. Two other suggestions are allowing complaints that are made before the effective date of the law to go ahead and proceed and follow the existing process. So my concern, for instance, with this other complaint is it was at the PUC for a number of years, transferred to DOE. There's no, it's not clear if we had to start all over again or not, and that might be the case. So one thing to do, another thing that could be done is it says effective 60 days after passage. If it was made effective upon passage, then you'd sooner know who this should be going to, the Department of Energy, rather than the PUC. But if something gets filed in the next month or two with the PUC, I would hope that it could just proceed through that process, and that would be consistent with the idea of not making laws retroactive. And so my final suggestion would be that there might be a time limit on review by the department, that if they haven't come up with a recommendation or resolution of the matter within 180 days, 6 months, that the complainant, whether it's the utility against the community power aggregation or vice versa, or an individual, that the complainant should be able to, after some period of time, say 6 months, if they want, escalate it to request an adjudicating proceeding at the commission. So it just doesn't linger forever and there's just no deadline for anyone to take any action. So those are my suggestions. I think overall it's reasonable because the idea is the Department of Energy has more of the staff to do this, but that's, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Representative Parshall has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your illuminating testimony. Is your testimony written?
No. It's just, nope, it was just spontaneous.
Sure. I would love to see examine these recommendations to make it a little bit closer, though. Could we get them? I was taking notes, but
I'd be happy.
We're not engaging in a discussion here. The subject matter is whether or not the merits of the bill is to for complaints to be transferred to the DOE. So
I stand corrected.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in again. Do you have any concerns about a process where if you have a complaint, that complaint gets handled by a third party, that third party makes a decision, but then the appeal the only rights of appeal that you would have if you disagree with that is to go back to the original party that you originally had a concern with. And I guess I'm coming back to the question I had asked earlier about, shouldn't the role of the DOE be to be kind of a neutral arbitrator to kind of figure out, what the right course of action is between the position that the complainant takes and the position that the PUC has taken?
Well, it's not really about a position the PUC has taken. They have adopted rules, which is essentially an extension of the legislative function to flesh out the details of how the chapter should work. Structurally, it's the PUC that's supposed to be the arbitrator of that balances the interest of ratepayers, community power aggregations, utilities by various criteria. So I think sort of a generic concern is that we don't sort of create two regulatory authorities, that the DOE becomes a regulator in addition to the PUC. But it does make sense that the staff that used to be part of the PUC that would do the investigation and perhaps make a recommendation, try to resolve the matter without litigation, so to speak, that those staff have been moved over to the DOE. So I understand the logic of having DOE staff try to, investigate and, seek a resolution. But if they're going to have to make sort of judgments or start ordering somebody to do something, that's the role of the PUC. They're the ones who have plenary authority over the utilities and can direct them to do something or not. So that's a thought.
Follow-up?
Yeah, one quick follow-up, please.
If that being the case, I mean, just by the fact that we are inserting the DOE into the process, we are kind of violating that principle that you've stated, that it's the PUC's responsibility. Wouldn't the better approach be to move the staff into the PUC?
Well, that's a legislative decision. And the decision was to move them to the DOE. In general, all complaints that would regard going to utilities or competitive electric power suppliers now would go to the DOE. And they could be escalated to the PUC if the party's not satisfied with the resolution. I was just suggesting that be an option after some period of time, so it just doesn't linger forever.
Yeah, I think we need to ask questions involving the actual merit of the bill of going from the PUC to the DOE. We've heard a lot of questions that are becoming very similar now about staffing. I will take one more question if it pertains to the mechanics or technical issue of this bill in terms of getting better clarity on it. Representative Harrington.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In your experience at the commission, what would you say the percentage of complaints that have to go up to commission review or as compared to most of them being done at the lower level?
Just a tiny fraction. I wouldn't know the number, but during my tenure as a commissioner, and you probably can reflect on this too, there were just a handful, 2 or 3 maybe. I can recall a couple or 3 maybe. And I would just say I can't imagine this would take even a single full-time position. There might be a few occasional complaints. Certainly municipalities that are going to be very concerned about being responsive to their citizens. So we're being very conscious about making sure our aggregations are complying with the rules and the law. And if there's an issue, I would expect that we would resolve it rather quickly.
Thank you. I think we've heard enough questions involving this bill here. They're all becoming very similar. Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any other pink cards here. Therefore, I will declare this public hearing closed and ask Representative Ploger to read the blue sheet.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 385, the blue sheet. There was none in support, none opposed. Online, there was 1 in support, 2 opposed. And Mr. Chair, the Chair votes.
Yes.
If you like, I do have the online to report for House Bill 381 relative
Okay,
to system.
please read it.
House Bill 381 relative to the system benefit charge, the previous bill. The blue sheet was, again, 0 in support, 2 opposed. Online was 1 in support, 45 opposed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along, trying to catch up with our schedule, I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 251 and call on the bill's prime sponsor, Vice Chair of this committee, Representative Douglas Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for giving me the opportunity to brief on HB 251. I'm not going to go into a lot of history because it'll take too long, but basically about 3 years ago, the House and the Senate, with the governor's approval, decided that it was in the best interests of our residential customers to know what they're paying for on their electric bill. And so we decided that it would be a good practice for transparency to have the estimated annual cost of the RPS portion of the bill be displayed on their electric bill, and it was decided that December would be the time period that it would display this annual amount. When it got to the Senate, they agreed, but they decided that the amount to be shown would be based on the kilowatt hour basis. I'm not sure exactly what that meant. To this day, even now, my electric bill does not show the cost of RPS in those words, and I get the sense that no other customer would have any idea how this law was put into effect. But it is my feeling that since we've already decided that it's important enough to show the cost of the RPS program on your electric bill annualized, that we should change the law that said it should be done in terms of total dollars so that people can understand what they're seeing. And I've looked at my December bill, and there is no word that says RPS on there. There's the SBC charges, but I don't see any word on here that explains how much money was spent on RPS or charged to me anyway. So I have a concern that maybe possibly an amendment might be in order if this is not already being shown on my electric bill. But I would like to hear comments from anyone behind me that can explain that process. But again, the thrust of this bill is to merely change the measurement factor from a kilowatt basis to just total dollars so people can understand what they're seeing on this bill. And that's the basis of my bill. Any other questions? I think I would like to defer to either the utilities behind me or anyone else, because I cannot answer why it's not showing on my bill.
Okay, just for clarification, though, to make sure I understand what you're trying to do here, rather than have the bill show the cost of RPS compliance as being 0.037 cents per kilowatt hour, you want the bill to show cost for RPS compliance was $57 for the year. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was the intent of the bill, but I don't even see that on my electric bill for December. So I have questions about where, if it were 0.0037 cents per kilowatt hour, I don't even see that on my bill. So I have questions on that as well.
Okay. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas, for taking my question. What would you think about just having both, the per kilowatt hour and the total annual cost showing on the bill?
I have no objection to both. I have concerns that I don't see either.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
is the total cost you're talking about the total cost accumulated over the course of the previous year, or is it the total cost of the RPS program?
It would be an estimated cost, and yeah, and as I didn't make any changes, it would say for the prior compliance year,
Okay, I missed that.
as it is, yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. When we get into the cost here, is this a average per, we have the standard customer out there that's 650 megawatt, 650 kilowatt hours per month, or is this the actual cost to that customer? So if you used a lot more than the average person, your bill would show a much higher charge, when if you used a lot less, you'd show a lower charge, or is it some kind of an average?
Well, it's my understanding, obviously, if you use more kilowatt hours, you'll get a higher charge on there. But the cost alone is an estimate because, after all, they have to do a lot of compilation, not in time to cover for the December bill. But again, as the untouched portion of the bill says, it's from the prior compliance year. And again, we were told in testimony a couple of years ago that it would be an estimate anyway. It's always an estimate, not exact to the penny, but close enough to know what you're spending.
A follow-up?
Follow up.
So I'm just trying to get this straight. So let's just say in the course of a year, I use 6,000 kilowatt hours. Would the estimate be based on what the charge was per kilowatt hour basis, as the present law says, times that 6,000, and that's what would appear on my bill? Or would it be the average customer uses this much electricity in the course of a year, so for an average customer, this is the cost?
It is my understanding that it would be based on your usage, not on any average.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I think about the what you're trying to achieve here with the utilities calculating and then disclosing to each consumer, each ratepayer, the cost of their RPS compliance for their total supply, and then divided by all their customers in their in their territory, I'm thinking that maybe the reason the utilities haven't gotten there in terms of disclosing anything on the bill is that it seems like it would be really complicated. Have you talked to the utilities about this bill, or do they have a position on like their ability? We heard concern earlier about the costs of administering the billing process. Have you talked to the utilities about how easy or how difficult this would be to do for every consumer's bill?
Well, thank you for the question. And 3 or so years ago, when, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Representative O's might have been the prime sponsor on the original bill, but my memory escapes me a bit. But I was there, and we had that very discussion at that time. And I believe the utilities, although they expressed a little bit of concern on how they would do it, they had no objection to it. The fact that the House and the Senate and the governor has signed this into law would tell me that the utilities would need to comply with it.
Committed. Okay, thank you.
As a point of information, I am looking at my December 2022 bill, and under a heading called Important Information, my bill reads as follows. The 2021 average statewide renewable portfolio standard compliance cost was $0.0051 per kilowatt hour. Information on the RPS, including its benefits, may be found on the New Hampshire Department of Energy's website, and then it lists the URL for the website. So my bill does disclose, this is the New Hampshire Electric Co-op that serves my distribution area. My bill does disclose that information, but only as a per kilowatt hour choice or charge. So it's not clear to me from the way it's worded whether that's, if that 0.0051 cent per kilowatt hour charge is based on my usage or is just general usage. It's not clear. So that's a point of information. Representative Reynolds has another question.
Well, I guess it'd be, I don't know if may I ask a question back to you, sir?
Sure.
If most utility bills show a customer's 12 months usage. So isn't the intent there, it sounds like a customer, if they wanted to know what their total cost to them of RPS compliance would be, to look at their 12-month kilowatt hour usage and just do the math. 650 kilowatt hours times that per kilowatt, I'm saying the average number, but each customer could say, if I used double the average use, if I used, 1,200 kilowatt hours a month, I would then use 114,400 kilowatt hours a year times the figure you cited, and they would get their cost of compliance.
Yes,
sounds
and
like-
I will do that math for you really quickly.
All right.
So I used 565 kilowatt hours that month.
That month.
I'll multiply that times 0.0051, and that comes out to $2.88. If I did that math correctly.
Yeah, I think he didn't have enough decimal places. I
It's
think
possible. I multiplied it by, anyway, we'll take this
Yeah.
offline, this calculation, but you're right, that's how it could be done. But what I think Representative Thomas and this bill is suggesting, that why should a customer have to make that computation when the utility could do it and put the total amount on the bill? That would be more transparent and would help people understand exactly what they're paying for. So, any further questions on this legislation? We have one more person who would like to testify, so let's move on. And Representative Corman has a question.
So I just downloaded my bill from Liberty, and I'm in the same boat as you, Representative Thomas. There's nothing about this charge on my bill.
Noted.
Okay, so noted. All right, thank you, Representative Thomas, for introducing this bill. I'll now call on Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy for the department's perspective. And Representative Thomas, don't forget to submit a pink card.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee, Griffin Roberge, again, from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. No surprise, we're neutral on this bill as introduced. For context, just because it's been mentioned frequently here, this statute, that's subject to House Bill 251, was created by House Bill 1550 in 2018. The statute requires the estimated cost of the RPS on a per kilowatt hour basis to be displayed on an electric customer's December bill. This estimated cost will be focused on the prior RPS compliance year. This estimation is done once a year, and information about the RPS, including its benefits, is available via a link to the appropriate state website. Utilities are allowed to recover the costs of providing this information from electric ratepayers on their bill. House Bill 1550, as has been mentioned here, simply just requires the per kilowatt hour usage to be posted on an electric customer's December bill. That rate is an average that is arrived at every year for the prior compliance year. So, referencing what you mentioned, Chairman Vos, every year in the Renewable Energy Fund report that the department puts out, we list out the costs of RPS for the RPS compliance. As we all know, the RPS for electric providers to satisfy that must either purchase RECs and ACPs. Those come at a cost. Based on information that Representative Vos mentioned, as well as available in the report, the average per kilowatt rate impact for RPS compliance was $0.0051 cents. You would then take that rate, multiply it against your respective usage, and you would arrive at your RPS compliance cost for that month. or you could gather all your 12 months worth of bills, put them together, and then, figure out what your cost is per year. So assuming a 650 kilowatt monthly consumption, that's an average electric customer's consumption every year, averaging that number against the compliance year 21 RPS cost, that would be about $3.31 a month, or $39.78 a year. Circling back to the bill, the bill before you, House Bill 251. The bill proposes to remove the per kilowatt information that's provided on a customer's bill, and instead would be required to show the estimated total cost in dollars for compliance with the RPS for the prior compliance year. In hearing the prime sponsor's testimony, I believe the focus is to have the individualized cost in dollars shown on an electric customer's bill. Respectfully, that is not how the department views the bill as currently written. We view it as demonstrating the overall fat cost of RPS compliance being posted on a customer's bill. So last year, for compliance year 21, the average cost for the total RPS compliance cost was about $53 million. That is the figure that would be posted on folks' December bill. And in hearing the prime sponsor's testimony, that is not what's indicated. That's not what's wanted, I believe. If the goal is to provide an estimated cost in dollars for each respective electric customer, I imagine that will require some type of billing modification from the utilities, which those costs per the language on lines 12 to 13 will likely be recovered from electric customers. With that, I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for refreshing my memory about House Bill 1550. I remember now some of the details about the debate on that bill before it was passed. In fact, it passed the House describing the cost in the way that Representative Doug Thomas, suggests that it should in this bill. And the bill actually went to a committee of conference, and it was in the committee of conference that Senator Bradley insisted that it be changed to the per kilowatt hour average rather than the total average. But I am recalling now that when we discussed with the utilities whether they could calculate it out for every individual customer, they indicated that that would be very costly. So the bill, as it was eventually signed by the governor, just required that the average cost be placed on the bill. So as I just read my bill a few minutes ago, instead of it being $0.0051 per kilowatt hour, as you pointed out, a 650 kilowatt hour customer would be paying about $39 a year.
A year, yes.
That's the number that should be on the bill, according to Representative Thomas's bill, as I understand it. Is that your understanding?
And here, thank you for the question. So in hearing you explain that, I do understand it now. I can't speak for utilities on their ability to post that information easily on their bill. Obviously, there's limited space on bills, and any type of change on the type of information that they need to put on a bill will likely require some type of billing system modification that, again, is recovered from electric customers. But that's what in hearing the discussion here today, that's what we believe the intention to be. In looking at the language as it's currently drafted in the bill, we view it as utilities are posting the total cost in dollars of RPS for the prior compliance year. It's not individualized in any way, shape, or form. It is the total fat cost of RPS compliance that all ratepayers paid. So again, for compliance year 21, that figure was around, I think, $53 million. That would be the figure that would be put on the bill, based on our read before this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again, Mr. Roberge. So if I understand correctly, then you would support an amendment that just makes it clear that this amount, this estimated total cost should be either per customer or for the individual customer rather than the entire RPS across the entire state.
Sure, and thank you for the question. We are neutral on the bill. we'd likely be neutral with any type of change, but I think I would respectfully suggest that to determine maybe whether or not the utilities are able to accommodate this, that the committee and or the sponsors of the bill may want to reach out to the utilities to inquire with them about this proposed change and whether they'd be able to undertake it.
Thank you. If my utility can put the $0051 amount on the bill, then they could easily put the 650 kilowatt per month average total of $39 and whatever you said it was.
Yep.
They could easily put that on the bill. So, do we have any further questions for Mr. Roberge? Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the administration of the utility, the public utility system and the utility rate making process is all about balancing costs and benefits, what would you think of the an amendment to this bill that would require the calculation and the placement on each customer's bill of an amount that represents the benefits of the RPS policy?
Thank you for the question. So I would submit that it might be difficult to quantify that. At least for the department, we don't have any, year-to-year independent economic analysis for the benefit that the RPS has on an individual's specific electric rates. I would reference the committee to line 11, where it does require on a customer's bill to not only identify the cost, but also provide a link to the information about the RPS, including its benefits at the state website. So obviously folks can go there to see it, but at least from the department's perspective, I think it'd be at least difficult for us to arrive at a specific figure for the benefits of the RPS.
Follow up?
Before you follow up, I just want to point out that having been intimately involved in House Bill 1550 back in 2018 or whenever it was, that was a compromise that was arrived at by all parties, that putting a link to the RPS information on, at that time, the PUC website was the solution to the question that you just asked.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Now you can follow up if you need to.
Well, I guess I would ask you about, we've all had presentations from each utility in the early part of our session here, in particular, the grid operator showed us that the presence of distributed generation, renewable, per the renewable portfolio standard, lowered wholesale power costs by X, and simply dividing that large reduction in wholesale power costs across the rate base could provide a figure in the same way that this figure cost of RPS compliance is being arrived at. What do you think? Do you think is that analogous?
I guess, thank you for the question. Whether or not policymakers want to put on some specific figure to show a numerical benefit of the RPS on a customer's bill is obviously their call. I can only just reference what's, typically put out every year by the department in its Renewable Energy Fund report. Obviously, the costs are relatively easy to quantify. Trying to quantify year to year the benefits quantify the benefits every year might be a little bit bigger of an economic undertaking and beyond at least the resources of our staff to quantify. Obviously, if there's some other type of resource that legislators think should be shown on a bill to show that numerical benefit, that's obviously their call. Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Roberge? Seeing none, I want to thank you for coming to give us the department's perspective on this legislation. I have no more pink cards for this bill. Is there anyone sitting in the audience who would like to speak on this bill who has not spoken so far? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 251 and ask Mr. Representative Ploget to give us the blue sheet tally.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 251 The blue sheet, 0 in support, 1 opposed. Online, 1 in support, 52 opposed. Thank you.
Okay, so we actually caught up. Amazing. I'm encouraged that our experiment may have proved to be productive, that we were able to get through 4 bills, and instead of using 3 hours, or instead of using an hour per bill, we only used about 45 minutes per bill, which is pretty good. Now that could just be because of the nature of the bills, I don't know, but it was an encouraging experiment in any case. Yeah, we'll take a win whenever we can get one, right? So we're going to take a lunch break now, and it's going to be actually a little bit longer a lunch break than I anticipated. I anticipated we would go all the way to noon before we took that break. So we're not due back here until 1:30, at which time we will have an executive session on 5 bills, including 2 bills that we had an executive session on last Friday, House Bill 211 and House Bill 633. Both of those bills, the minority leader and I agreed we could exec on the same day that we heard those bills, but we both had forgotten that we had scheduled the exec session on those bills for today. So I called the House clerk and said, hey, we already did those. Is that okay? And he said, no, that's not okay. He said, you can have an exec session on a bill after it's been noticed, but you can't have one before it's been noticed. So we're going to have to redo House Bill 211 and House Bill 633. Hopefully that'll take 5 minutes each bill, and then we can move on to the exec sessions for House Bill 139, House Bill 166, and House Bill 219 FN. So that is our schedule for this afternoon. After we finish the executive schedule, which I'm hoping will last no longer than 1 hour, we will hear we'll have public hearings on 2 further bills, HB 257 and HB 263. And with a little bit of luck, we'll be out of here by a reasonable hour this afternoon, maybe 4 or 4:30. So is there any committee business to conduct before we go on a lunch break? Representative Notter.
I would like to request that the Republicans stay a few minutes so we can have a caucus.
Good idea. I was going to ask for that as well. Just as a point of information for members of the committee, Representative Lewicki will probably be out for an extended period of time. He was seriously ill a week ago Friday, and the good news is he's recovering now, but his recovery likely will be fairly extensive, and he will need to rehab at the home of his daughter in Vermont. So we may not see him for a while.
Is he out of the hospital yet?
He is still in the hospital, Southern New Hampshire Medical Center in Nashua. I do not have an address there yet. I'm working on trying to get an address where we can send him get well cards. And I will let you know as soon as I know. The news on Representative McGee, I will defer to, well, I was going to defer to Representative McWilliams, but I guess she's not here. So I will tell you that Representative McWilliams has informed me that her surgery was deemed to be extremely successful. She was released from the hospital last Friday, which was 2 days early, which is an encouraging sign. So we're in our hearts and prayers, we're wishing Representative McGee all the best and hope to see her back here relatively soon. Okay, anything else? Okay. With no other business to conduct, we're officially on break. I ask everyone in the room who is not a Republican member of this committee to vacate the room so we can have a quick caucus. Thank you. I'll see you at 1:30. This is your 1-minute warning. 1 minute. This meeting will resume in 1 minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee session for Monday, February 6th. It is 1:30, and we must now commence, as noticed in the calendar, executive sessions. We have 5 bills that we're going to bring forward for executive session. 2 of them are bills that we actually already did an executive session last Friday, but because they were noticed for today, we have to redo them, according to the clerk. So we're going to do those 2 bills first. So I will open an exec session on House Bill 211 and recognize Representative Douglas Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I motion OTP HB 211.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we OTP HB 211. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Representative McWilliams, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair Vose. I just wanted to summarize where we stand on this one. Our ongoing long-term testifier, Mike Fitzgerald from DES, requested this bill, and he was very much in support of making this happen. We heard an awful lot of excellent testimony about how this would streamline and refine the way things are handled. And so therefore, I think that this is a very good bill, and I would agree with my colleague, Representative Doug Thomas.
Okay, thank you. Before we go any further, I forgot to introduce our substitutes for the day. Joan Hamblett, Representative Hamblett is here for Representative Kat McGee. Representative Marty Jack is here for Representative Chrétien. Representative Carol Brown is here for Representative John Lewicki. And Representative Ron Dunn is here for Representative Troy Murner. I apologize for forgetting those introductions initially. Is there any further discussion on the motion of OTP on House Bill 211? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question.
Doug Thomas.
Yes.
Janine Nodder.
Yes.
Michael Harrington.
Yes.
Ron Dunn.
Yes.
Carol Brown.
Yes.
Lex Berejny.
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget.
Yes.
James Summers.
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams.
Yes.
Joan Hamblett.
Yes.
Marty Jack.
Yes.
Lucius Partial.
Yes.
Tony Kaplan.
Yes.
Chris Munns.
Yes.
Henry Noel.
Yes.
Wendy Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas Corman.
Yes.
Ned Reynolds.
Yes.
20-0. Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
20-0.
By a vote of 20-0, House Bill 211 will be sent to the floor with a recommendation of ought to pass. And with that, I will close. Oh, that's right. We're going to put this on consent. So without objection, it'll go on consent. Seeing no objections, it'll go on consent. And I'll close the executive session on House Bill 211. Now I'll open an exec session on House Bill 633, and I'll recognize Representative McWilliams for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move ITL on House Bill 633.
Recognize Representative Thomas.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 633. Is there any discussion? Representative McWilliams.
Well, I believe that the sponsor of the bill was very well-meaning in trying to address energy prices and this crazy spike that we are all dealing with here in New Hampshire. We really just couldn't find a way to work with the bill due to the nature of the way the pricing would be fixed. And so therefore, I recommend ITL.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Representative McWilliams, and also to add that there were questions about potential unconstitutionality as well.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Michael Harrington,
Yes.
Ron Dunn,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Marty Jack,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
20-0.
By a vote of 20-0, the committee sends this bill to the House floor with the recommendation of ITL. Without objection, it will go on the consent calendar. Seeing no objections, this bill will go on to the consent calendar. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 633. And now we're legal. The clerk will be happy with us. The House clerk will be happy. Okay. Moving right along here. Next up, executive session on House Bill 139 relative to the definition of municipal host for purposes of limited electrical energy producers. Chair recognizes Michael Harrington.
Yes, I'd like to move inappropriate to legislate on this bill, please.
Chair recognizes Tom Ploget.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 139 to be ITL. Discussion. Representative Harrington.
Well, this is another thing that we've continued to see in the expansion of eligibility for net metering, and it's just going to transfer more cost shifting to ratepayers, a lot of who are simply don't have the wherewithal, facilities, or whatever to put in any type of net metering or any type of generation. And I think last term we passed one that allowed municipals to do that with the idea that the cost savings would be realized by taxpayers rather than private individuals. So I don't see any need to expand this beyond what we already have.
Further discussion on House Bill 139. Seeing none, I guess I'll ask the clerk to call the question of ITL for House Bill 139.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Michael Harrington,
Yes.
Ron Dunn,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Marty Jack,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
Nope.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
Nope.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to ITL fails. And the chair judges that a motion to ought to pass would also fail. So we will send this bill to the House floor without recommendation. Representative Harrington will write the ITL position. Representative McWilliams, do you have someone to write the OTP position?
Representative Corman will.
Say again, please.
Representative Corman. Tom Corman. Representative Corman.
I still can't understand you.
Tom Corman.
Corman, okay. Representative Corman will write the position for ought to pass for House Bill 139. And with that, we'll close the the executive session on House Bill 139. Moving right along, I'll open an executive session on House Bill 166 relative to the elimination of useful thermal energy from renewable energy classes. And I recognize Representative Doug Thomas.
Mr. Chair, my recommendation is to retain this bill.
I recognize Representative J.D. Bernardi.
I second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 166. Is there any discussion? Representative Thomas.
Mr. Chair, I think we just, this is a complicated issue. We need more time, and I believe that retaining it is in the best interest of seeing if we can come up with something that might be amenable to both sides.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 166.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Michael Harrington,
Yes.
Ron Dunn,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Marty Jack,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
16-4.
By a vote of 15
16.
16 to 4, the committee votes to retain House Bill 166. By way of explanation to members, I'll remind everyone that retain means that we still own this bill. By voting to retain, we have to report that to the House clerk. Once that's reported, we cannot touch this bill again until next fall, next September. At that time, we can take it up again and issue some kind of a report by I don't remember the exact date, but somewhere around November 1st. So that's what will happen with this bill. We can form a study committee if we want to try to figure out if there's something else we can do with this bill. And we can discuss that at a future date. We don't have to figure that out today. We do have a fair amount of work to do today, so possibly we don't want to. Well, maybe we should decide that, as we only have one other bill to deal with. So, is there any appetite for forming a subcommittee to study the issues involved in this bill? It would appear not. Representative Munns?
Mr. Chair, I voted no to retain the bill because if I'm not mistaken, there was a similar bill introduced in the 2021 session that was referred to study and nothing ever happened with that. So I'm not sure what we're going to accomplish by looking at this further. So I don't know that a subcommittee is going to do anything.
Representative Partial, did you have a comment?
Oh, no, no.
I saw that your microphone was on, so I thought. Representative Reynolds, did you have a comment? No. Okay. All right, there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite for forming a study committee, so we won't do that. So I guess we're done with House Bill 166. Did I close the exec session? I closed the exec session on House Bill 166. That leaves us with one further bill. That's House Bill 219-FN, relative to certain public utility statutes. So I have opened this exec session, but I'm going to recess it because the rather lengthy amendment that's going to be required to fix this bill could not be prepared in time for this executive session. So we will resume this executive session at a time and date to be determined and to be noticed in the calendar. And we will take it up then with a amendment that basically reconstitutes the whole bill as a study committee to study each and every RSA that was listed in the original bill to determine, should it be repealed, should it be rewritten, should it be put somewhere else in statute, just exactly what needs to be done with it. It's a study committee that actually has a real defined and precise purpose. So it's a study committee whose work should go fairly well, fairly quickly, and fairly smoothly. So with that, I'll close. No, I can't close it. I got it. It's recessed, so I can't close that executive session. It remains open until a future date. So we're done. We got through this faster than I thought we would. And we now have 45 minutes to kill while we wait for the next public hearing. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a comment here for those. I know that last week we talked about HB 81, which was the propane gas bill. And so we formed a subcommittee. And so my question is my first availability would be next Wednesday at 1 p.m. We can have a subcommittee. We are currently searching for which room here to use. But if the people that were named on the subcommittee last week, if they could get back to me and let me know that they can make that. I can't make the morning. I have a doctor's appointment. But in the afternoon, 1 o'clock would work. So just let me know. Okay, I got 1 thumbs up there. 2 thumbs up. A waiver, a so-so, you know.
Yeah, I have a doctor's appointment on that day, and I've already postponed ones.
Me too.
We don't look sick to me.
And just because we have people named on the subcommittee does not mean that the rest of you cannot attend. You're certainly welcome to come. Anything you want to add, Mr. Chair? No.
No, that sounds great.
I was told just before coming in here this afternoon, I was told that at that subcommittee, AmeriGas will be flying people up from New Orleans to present their fixes and their comments. I've already put my order in for beignets. I don't know about anyone else, but that is all.
Okay, thank you. See you all back here at 2:30 for a public hearing on House Bill 257. We are in momentary recess until then.
Well, without the customary 1-minute warning, I will open up HB 257 and welcome Representative Chairman Vose as the primary sponsor of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good afternoon again, members of the committee. For the record, Representative Michael Vose, representing Rockingham District 5, the town of Epping. I'm here this afternoon to introduce House Bill 257, and those of you who were on this committee last year will recognize the title of this bill, which is relative to relieving carriers of their carrier of last resort obligation. It was a bill that passed this committee and the House last year, but then ran into roadblocks in the Senate. And the common wisdom is that circumstances have changed a bit since last year, and so we're submitting this bill again in the hopes that this year it will meet with a more favorable reception. What this bill does is it continues the process of the deregulation of the telephone marketplace. As you are no doubt well aware, much of the telephone industry was heavily regulated back before 1996, when the Telecommunications Act opened the telecommunications market to competition. And that free market competition has led to much lower prices and much greater services in telecommunications in the years since 1996. The carrier of last resort obligation actually dates back to like 1934. The Communications Act of that year regulated landline companies. Those were the only companies that were available then, and they were given monopoly territories, just like utilities are given monopoly territories today. And back then, the telephone companies received federal subsidies to make sure that everybody had access to telephone service. Well, those federal subsidies have long since ceased. They went away with the 1996 Telecommunications Act. But the carrier of last resort obligation still resides with landline telephone companies, even though they receive no help in paying to make those, to secure those obligations. There aren't a lot of these companies left in New Hampshire, but there are a few, several, I guess, and they're small. They don't serve many customers, but the carrier of last resort obligation does put a fairly significant burden on these companies to stay alive. And if we don't remove this carrier of last resort obligation, we may lose even more of these companies than we've already lost. So that's why I think it's imperative that we seriously consider how we can make this happen. Now, the legislation that is before you today is virtually identical to the legislation that passed last year. And there may be a couple of tweaks that can be made to it to make it more acceptable to everyone. Because ultimately the goal here is to make sure that no person who lives in New Hampshire doesn't have access to at least 911 service. Obviously, 911 could be a life-saving service. And so we want to make sure everybody in New Hampshire has access to that service. But the reality is that in this day and age of cell phones, in this day and age of internet activity, including voice over IP, internet telephone service, there are very few people in our state who don't have access to telephone communications. And as you'll read the text of the bill provides that this carrier of last resort obligation cannot be eliminated unless an area has substantial coverage from these other kinds of telecommunication services. So that's my introduction to the bill. There are people who will testify after me that will give you more detail on various aspects of the legislation. I'm going to wrap it up for now and take any questions from the committee, and then we'll move along.
Thank you, Representative Vos. I'm going to make a statement. This is a simply worded bill. I would like to have questions asked pertaining to the bill's mechanics or things that clarify the bill, if you will, please. Thank you. I'll start with Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarifying the bill on lines 3 and 4, it says relieved of its carrier of last resort obligation in one or more municipalities. My question is, are they relieved of the obligation for the entire municipality, or is this on a case-by-case basis within a municipality?
Not sure I can answer that question, but there are people behind me who can.
Okay,
If you
thank
could
you.
hold on to it.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Standing or Sitting Chair. And thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, this went to interim study in the Senate, is that correct?
I don't remember exactly how the Senate disposed of it, but it did not become law, that I know of.
Did
for
they
sure.
do you know if they made
Is that a follow-up?
recommendations? A follow-up, sorry. Did they have recommendations from any interim study, do you know?
I do not know.
Representative Notter.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember from last term, did the Commissioner of Safety, Mark Doyle, come and testify for this bill? Do you recall?
He may have, I don't recall.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you have a number or approximate number of how many individuals may be affected by this?
I don't, but I suspect that the people who would testify after me will have that number.
Thank you.
Or be able to estimate it.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony, Chairman Vos, and I will call on Amanda Noonan to the stand from the New Hampshire Energy Department.
Thank you. Better? Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity for the department to make some comments on this legislation. As Representative Vos noted, this legislation was also introduced last year. The department's comments are consistent with our testimony from last year. This is certainly a policy decision for the legislature, and the department doesn't have a position on this bill. We do have a few observations and potential unintended consequences, perhaps, that might fall out of this bill. I think, as you've heard, as proposed, this bill would allow an incumbent telecommunications provider to petition the Department of Energy to relieve it of its carrier of last resort obligations in one or more municipalities, if one of two conditions exist. Should the department receive a petition to this effect, prior to the department receiving a petition to this effect, it's likely that we would undertake some rulemaking to determine what the right procedure would be if we received one of these petitions for relief. There's two possible paths for that rulemaking to follow. One would just be reliance on any certification provided by the telecommunications provider that they've complied with the bill's criteria. The second would be a path where there's independent review and analysis of the data provided by the incumbent carrier. The department would most likely require consultant services to carry out that independent review to ensure that the requirements of 95% of the households having access to one or more mobile service providers, to other competitive providers, or 97% having access to one or more mobile service providers are met, or that there was another provider that had received federal, state, or municipal funds to serve the entire community. Those costs of a consultant would be assessed most likely against the provider asking for this relief. So there'd be no cost to the state or to the general fund. As Representative Vose noted, the telecommunications industry in New Hampshire is primarily deregulated and has been for some period of time. Competition has provided a number of alternatives and lower costs for customers. And while competition among telecommunication providers is fairly robust in some areas of New Hampshire, cities, larger municipalities, towns where there's a more denser, a better population density, many rural areas of the state don't have the same level of access to service providers and to options and alternatives. Those rural areas, due to their geography, are most likely less likely to have ubiquitous wireless service, as we've all experienced the frustrations of traveling throughout the state and having no coverage on our cell phones. The carrier of last resort, the incumbent telecommunications services obligation to provide service, to provide landline service to those customers, provides those folks with access to essential communications services. While this bill would allow the carrier of last, the incumbent provider to be relieved of its carrier of last resort obligation, if the department found that the appropriate criteria were met. There are no other criteria in the bill regarding service availability or any requirement to serve all customers in a given area. And if you think about cell phone coverage, for example, it's an area where we're concerned that the bill could lead to some percentage of households being unable to access essential communication services such as emergency services, medical services, customers that rely on their landline service to provide data to a physician about their medical condition. Similarly, an incumbent can request relief if there's a provider that's received state or federal or municipal funding to serve the entire municipality, but there's no discussion about what that service is and whether it would be landlines, not landline service, but phone service, traditional phone service or VoIP phone service, some sort of voice service, or if it's simply a broadband service that wouldn't provide actual voice communication service. I think most importantly, the criteria for permitting an incumbent carrier to be relieved of its carrier of last resort obligation is based on the competitive landscape at a single point in time. And that landscape changes, and it could be whatever conditions are pushing an incumbent provider to ask for relief from its carrier of last resort obligations may also result in that provider reducing some of its services or discontinuing some of its services. And those same circumstances that drive it to do that may drive other providers in that area to reduce or discontinue services. And without that carrier of last resort obligation, you risk having big pockets of a community potentially without access to telecommunications services. I understand no one wants to see customers in the state lose access to essential services. And I think there are some pitfalls to avoid if you look at moving forward with this bill. And hopefully that helps you identify some of them. And happy to answer. I don't have to ask, but happy to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Corman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I am concerned about people who don't have access to wireless service, also losing the capability for landline. One concern I would have just is defining who has wireless service, because just because you have a wireless contract doesn't mean you have service at your home. But the real question that I have for you is, do we have a way to determine how many people are in this situation? I don't expect that you have that number now, but is there a methodology to determine that?
Some time ago, the Federal Communications Commission authorized some studies about how ubiquitous wireless coverage was and whether that coverage matched the maps of the service providers. I would need to take a look at that study. It was perhaps 2015, 16, 17 timeframe to see if there was some formula or analysis in there for determining the coverage.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just to follow up on Representative Corman. So in the bill, it, sets some thresholds, 95%, and 97% for various types of service. So do we know what that number is right now for each municipality?
We at the department don't have that information, no.
So follow up?
Follow up.
So is that part of the study that you're suggesting that the department would have to do if this went forward as part of the rulemaking?
That's exactly right. If we received a petition, and we're going to do an independent review and analysis of the data, that is part of the study we'd have to do for the affected municipality.
Representative Winnie Thomas.
Mr. Chair, do you have an idea of the cost savings by telephone utilities if they got relieved of this obligation?
I do not. Telephone providers have been deregulated for rates for 10 plus years. So I would have no way of knowing what that cost might be.
Okay.
I suspect they can tell you and will tell you later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll move on. I'm not sure I can get this last name correct. Teresa? Yes. And just for my record, good.
Am I on there? Am I on now? Great. I'm Teresa Rosenberger, and I apologize for the bad handwriting. And I'm here representing the New Hampshire Telephone Association, and I work for Bernstein Shore. The New Hampshire Telephone Association are the old Ma Bell companies, and they are at the moment Bretton Woods Telephone, Dunbarton Telephone, Granite State Telephone, TDS Telephone, which is the old Wilton, Hollis, et cetera, and Consolidated Communications. Years ago, we also had Dixville Telephone, but as Amanda Noonan knows, it took years, and Dixville was dissolved because they only had 5 customers. But it took years. The old Ma Bell companies, as Representative Bose said back in 1934, with the Communications Act, they were awarded monopolies, they were awarded territories. These territories do not necessarily, which is maybe going to answer your question, follow town lines. They were territories. So you have, for example, over in Plainfield, you have Consolidated and TDS. So they are both in the town. And in other towns, you have just one carrier. It just depended on how, way back in almost 30 years, 100 years ago, they divvied up the map. So these are your old Ma Bell companies, your monopolies. When they were given their monopoly, they were required to have, quote, duty to serve all the territory. So if you were awarded the monopoly for Concord, you had to serve all of Concord, not just here, but all of Concord. Then back in 1996, the feds passed the Telecommunications Act of 96, and the goal of that was to bring in competition. You were beginning to have wireless, you were beginning to have all these other technologies. Well, let me just say it has worked, and it has worked wonderfully. There's competition now across the board. You've even got today, not just telecommunications companies, you've got municipalities, you've got electric co-ops, you've certainly got wireless, landline, VoIP, satellite. So you've got competition across the board. I will say also, one of the goals of competition was to bring down the rates. And I will say I was in the House Ways and Means Committee last week, and there was a question, why is the communication services tax revenue going down? Because the rates have gone down. Competition is, in my house, I have to tell you, we switched service last year, the rates went down a third. And I thought, holy cow. So there is definitely competition. Even when, I'll give you an example, last year the state awarded through the feds $50 million to the New Hampshire Electric Co-op to build broadband. And it was very interesting what they did. The co-op did not have to put any money in to this build. The co-op, unlike my clients, does not have a union, and the co-op is a nonprofit, so it's not paying the taxes. The other thing they did, New Hampshire did, when New Hampshire put out this broadband proposal, and they were going off of federal guidelines, not federal mandates, but federal guidelines, that if you got a higher score, if you were a municipality, a nonprofit, or a cooperative. So, for example, when this came out last summer, all of my clients, the most they could score if they applied to get this money was 75%. The co-op or a municipality get 100%. So, as you can imagine, cable, landline, wireless, we all screamed and yelled and said, wait a minute, this is just blatantly unfair. We've all spent all this money. We're continuing to build, and we can't, if you didn't score 70%, you got thrown out. So, unless you were perfect, and none of my clients are perfect, so needless to say, we were all going to get thrown out. So, eventually, they amended it and put it at 90%. So, obviously, we didn't win. None of the for-profit companies, Comcast, Consolidated, Charter, TDS, nobody won. The co-op won. They put out round two, and guess what? We can still only score 90%. So now when they go to the next iteration, the for-profits can apply and can, I think, score 100%, but they have to put 25% capital in. The reason I'm telling you this is not to whine, as I did for a long time, about how unfair this was, but to tell you, when you look at a competitive landscape and you've got for-profits who are spending their own money, and in the case of one of my clients, they have a union, and they're paying taxes, and then all of a sudden you still have government regulation of being the carrier of last resort when you've got complete competition in an area, you're shackled. And so we believe this bill is taking us forward in deregulation. Now, for us, we're having to maintain old, and for those of you, I think, who've been here a long time, will know years ago, and I think Representative Noel, you were here a while back and are back again, we've talked about copper and fiber, et cetera. Well, most of these carrier of last resorts are copper. So my clients are having to maintain that copper line as well as they're building fiber at the same time. And what you've got to maintain two systems. Now, you take Concord, for example, they're being built out completely in fiber. Well, why do you then need to maintain a copper network? It's expensive. So I would surmise that we would be better as a state because the federal money is not going to go to every rural area and build out that last mile. I think from a resource perspective, we'd be better to take that money of maintaining that old network for carrier of last resort and building out those rural municipalities where the last mile still isn't going to go to with all that federal money, because you've got companies who are willing to invest. And I'm not sure who asked the question about the rates. It was you, Representative Turner, the rates. really, I think in many ways, what you're going to see happen is the companies take that capital they're spending maintaining an old antiquated system and then using it, frankly, to build out places with fiber in the North Country, et cetera. The other issue you've got here, I hate to say it, and Sarah Davis can talk about it more than I, is the question is how long is it going to be before you can't get parts for that old network? And so then you've got think you've got a carrier of last resort, but you really don't because you don't have the parts and the equipment to maintain it. So I think this is a good time for New Hampshire to really look at beginning to move forward of finding a way that we can make sure everybody's got 911, everybody's got fire, they've got police, but they're on new technology and using multiple types of technology, and we are relieving this antiquated system from way back when. I kind of got off my script, but the bottom line here is we did back in 2012 pass Senate Bill 48, which started deregulation. As Mrs. Noonan said, we are getting there. Most of the country, we have 38 states that have already moved, and some of them a long time ago, to relieve companies completely of their carrier last resort or to allow companies to do what we're asking here, which is only petition. Maine, for example, their law went in 2016. Vermont, all our neighboring states. This is only enabling legislation. So all you're doing is allowing a company to be able to petition the PUC. The company's not going to waste their time or resources if they don't meet the criteria here. So what are we really talking about? Concord, Manchester, maybe Nashville. It's going to be your big cities. I mean, here in Concord, we have the choice of Consolidated, Comcast, BreezeLine, and every single wireless carrier, as well as you can have satellite as well. So for a company, they're really only going to petition the PUC if they're sure they've got coverage across the board, and you're going to see this as one or more wireless carriers. And so you're going to see nobody's going to waste their time, frankly, petitioning the PUC for Milan or Rumney or anything like that. That's, I'd say, another decade down the road. I think I'm hoping I've answered the questions, but again, this is enabling legislation. It's on us to prove that there is competition. Clearly, with the co-op getting the money, the companies were having to figure out how to prove the overbill. The companies know how to do that, and they would have to, and if the PUC says, we don't think you proved it correctly, you've got to go back to the drawing board. So thank you. I think I covered everything. If I didn't, please ask me.
Thank you. Question, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming and testifying.
I forgot to answer your question.
I have a question for you.
Okay, but I forgot to answer the one you asked before, but I will.
Okay. You mentioned that the legacy carriers might choose to install fiber optic cable instead of maintaining the old copper lines. That might be a logical choice for them. I was wondering if the telephone carriers might be open to an amendment that said going forward, from here on, the carriers would not be liable to carry that last mile obligation for new houses, but so they wouldn't have to install new lines, but they would still have to maintain the old lines. Would that make sense?
I think if I understand you, you're saying when there's new construction, you don't have to have the carrier of last resort obligation and that you would install fiber. Well, let me say here, everybody's installing fiber now. And so nobody's gonna install copper, and it's gonna be fiber. That doesn't really get us where we're going because you'd only be eliminating carrier of last resort for new construction. And really, when you think about it, if you are in Manchester or Concord and you've got the choice of 4 or 5 wireless carriers and you've got at least 2 cable and at least 1 landline, and in this case, other landlines could come in, then wouldn't it make more sense to let them be relieved, because everybody can dial 911, and then build out some of these areas in the other parts of the state that are more rural, so we could get everybody that they had choices like we do in our big cities. So I didn't really answer your question, but I think we'd be better off to do it. And you can only do it for one area. So as Representative Thomas asked, you could do two areas together, but they both have to be, whatever your area is, it's got to still meet the qualifications here. But to answer your other question that you asked before about what happened in the Senate, I will honestly say we had support for it in the Senate, and I'm going to politely say it was what I call an administrative glitch. And the bill, the exec session ran over, other people were coming in, and it was put it in interim study, and they did not meet on it. So it was one of the more frustrating bills I've dealt with in years, where you thought, oh gosh, couldn't you have a debate? But it was, we got to leave the room. So
Okay, thank you very much. We're not going to carry a debate on here on
no.
what could be done or done. If you have, I'll take one more question, because we do need to move on. All right, Representative Winnie Thomas, ask your pertinent question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My pertinent question is, you've used the phrases or the terms area, region, and municipality. Can you just clarify exactly what those are?
Well, I can't really clarify. Well, let me just say, for a telephone monopoly, an old monopoly, they were given a territory. So that territory, like I gave the example in Plainfield, that territory included half of Plainfield and the other towns surrounding it. It didn't include they didn't do it by town border. And so that's why you have there with Consolidated having part of Plainfield and TDS having the other part. So they gave them territory, some of them bigger than others. For example, Granite State Telephone has Ware, and they've got all of Ware. So if by chance Ware were a town that qualified, they would come in with a petition for all of Ware. So they didn't follow the town map. I'm not sure if all the towns were here in 34, to tell you the truth.
Thank you. I think that answers the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're going to move on here. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to call on Catherine Heck next from NHMA.
May I hand this out, sir? Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Heck. I represent NHMA, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to testify today on House Bill 257. At this time, we continue to be opposed to the legislation, as we do believe it's still slightly premature as written. However, we do recognize that many other states have begun the process of relieving their carrier of last resort obligations, and they've done so in a very methodical and spelled out type of way. I don't want to repeat any testimony that you've already heard. One of our main objections is, of course, 911 service and making sure people have access to 911. And we know that there's many pockets and areas in the state, even right here in Concord, that don't have wireless coverage for such a thing as a 911 call. So the state of New Hampshire is very actively working through the Broadband Initiative, through BEA, the Bureau of Economic Affairs, to address the broadband concerns statewide, and they are engaged in a comprehensive mapping program, which is expected to be finished this spring, so kind of crossing over this legislation. The reason why we require more comprehensive mapping is because currently all our broadband and wireless data is based on census tract data from the US government, and that means if you ping one household and they have that data in what's considered a census block, it's considered to be served, whether or not everyone in that area is served or not. So we do not have firm data on how many are underserved, but we do know, for example, some towns looked to move forward with broadband projects to bring the last mile in, and because of census tract data, they were considered to be served. There's currently a bill in the Senate to ensure that bonding can now bonding on the municipal level can happen for both underserved and unserved. So underserved was currently not an option for bonding, but we recognize that that middle and last mile of broadband, it's critical. So to give you an example, up north and northern, as we talked about the co-op, we do know that our most northern neighbors are the most underserved or unserved in the state, and they worked with the state of New Hampshire. They were awarded, as my fellow testifier just stated, a grant from the state of New Hampshire to build out, and they will be building out between 35 and 40,000 people who did not have service. So that's a significant number of people who may be affected by this bill. Now, the number exactly is still hard to know, who would be 95 or 97% unserved. So that's just an example, but that's only one region of the state. There are additional grants under the Capital Projects Fund that will go to private industry for broadband and wireless build-out. There was $122 million in the Capital Projects Fund. I believe about $40 million has been awarded, and they're continuing to take RFPs. So I've put some links into my testimony. I'll email it to you so you can access those links, for example, and you can see what the state of New Hampshire is doing to address this issue. So we'd be happy to work with the sponsors and talk about how other states did it, how this could be framed in a way that could work for New Hampshire, given that we are moving forward very diligently as a state to get broadband service to all of our residents and wireless communications. And I did want to point out that, for example, the state of Maine has a commission that they've created. They have a statute. They go through it methodically and they decide. It's all available in my testimony, which I'll email, and I do have hard copies, so that you can see how they've gone about relieving the carrier last resort of their obligations. So it's possible, but I feel like it's premature without this comprehensive mapping that our state is currently working on, so we really understand how many people would be affected by this legislation. So I'll just take questions.
Thank you. I have one question from Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for joining us today. I had earlier asked the representative from the Department of Energy if we had a handle on how many people were affected by this. I take it that this mapping exercise would answer that question. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. So that's why we were hoping that that would be incorporated somehow into this legislation, so it can't be enacted without using the map to reference the Department of Energy's testimony. She stated that it could be up to the carrier to prove that someone, that they meet the criteria, and then they would have someone vet that. We feel like having a comprehensive map that everyone has to reference, that the state has developed, and we know it's done with fidelity, would provide those reassurances that everyone is being treated equally and fairly under this legislation.
Follow-up?
I'll take one follow-up.
In your testimony, you indicate that exercise would be completed sometime later in 2023. Can you give us any better idea of when that might happen?
Well, I actually was on just a call with BEA this morning that's accessible to everyone, and I did ask that very pointed question to prepare for this testimony, and they were hoping to have it by the first quarter of this year to start going through the preliminary mapping data. So again, I don't have an exact date, but they're very hopeful because BEA is looking to distribute those funds based on the map that's produced from this RFP that they put out.
Thank you. I think sensing the questions are getting back to your testimony again, the same information. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to call on Sarah Davis next. And don't take this as anything different. I failed to make an announcement earlier that if you do have written testimony, please, we can read. Please just summarize your written testimony, and you can add to it if you think it's pertinent to that bill. So thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Davis. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As you stated, my name is Sarah Davis, and I'm with Consolidated Communications, and I'm here testifying in favor of this bill. I appreciate the opportunity. I will not bore you. I will not read my testimony. I will address some of the issues I heard before me and try to anticipate some of the questions. So this bill is an attempt to move in a direction that is not drastic for the state of New Hampshire to start working towards what's a very basic issue. that at this point in time, Consolidated, for instance, has about 8% of the access lines it had just 17 years ago. Yet it still has to maintain the millions of miles of facilities that it has up in the air to provide those same services when it had 92% more access lines. And so what that leaves is a situation where to continue to be viable, the company has to continue increasing rates for those telecommunication services, which is not a direction that it wants to go. But still having to maintain an obligation, an unfunded mandate in the state without, the customer base or the monopoly protection to guarantee a rate of return at the end of that puts you in this position. And so we have followed what we did in Maine. I heard Maine referenced earlier. We followed what we did in Maine, and we're trying to move forward in a way that allows the company to be relieved of that obligation in any area where there is sufficient competition. It is not being asked to be relieved of that in areas where there is no other providers in very rural areas. It's areas where there is sufficient competition. As Ms. Rosenberger stated, an area like Plymouth today has almost 100% competition by charter, as well as wireless providers. And the New Hampshire Electric Co-op was just given millions of dollars to overbuild and provide fiber to the prem service. That is an area where it may make sense for Consolidated to not continue to provide service since there's two options in the area. It can thereby save the money there and deploy in other areas where service may be needed more. That's the basic issue in front of us, and we're trying to move forward in a very smart way. To answer the question over here, the bill speaks to municipality. That's intentional because a consumer doesn't always understand an exchange or an area or a region. A consumer knows what municipality they live in. And so the attempt is, if that municipality in total achieves that criteria, you are relieved of that obligation in a municipality. We believe it's very difficult for consumers to understand portions or regions or other areas that are not geographic, that they don't have a clear understanding. So it was written on a municipal basis. Over here, there was a question about the cost to do that. It's impossible to get the exact cost because you'd have to look at each area, but I'll give you some references. So for pole attachments, just in the PSNH area, if we move forward with our pole sale transaction, Consolidated would pay over $5 million just to keep facilities up. Consolidated is probably the largest electric customer in the state. So in all of these areas, it pays very high electric bills, millions of dollars a year. These are all costs that to some extent could be avoided in very urban areas if the company decides that it doesn't make sense to continue there because competition has reduced their access lines so low. I was trying to think of some of the other questions. Before us, you heard about Maine creating a commission. I just wanted to clarify, Maine did not create a commission. The commission that oversaw deregulation in Maine, like is proposed in this bill, was the Public Utilities Commission. Here, you've split up into the Public Utilities Commission and the DOE, hence why the DOE is doing that. But it was in the Public Utilities Commission. A separate commission was not created. There also was not a study. It was 21 municipalities were automatically deemed competitive. I also heard that the mapping is on a census block basis from the FCC. In January, that is not in fact the case. In January, the FCC produced its fabric mapping, and that is on, you can go see it. It's right online on the FCC website. That is pinpoints each household and lists the service available and the number of service providers available for each one of those households. I think that is most of the questions that were asked. I'm sure you have more though.
Okay. Representative Summer, do you have a short question?
Yeah, this just pertains to Consolidated, Xfinity, something like that. As far as last mile, the one question I have about that is, if I have a company, as this says industry, or a farm, let's say, the last mile, if the head-in unit is at the end of the road and I have to run a line a mile to my house or a company to do that, is that fall under the responsibility of the consumer to pay for the dig out or the trench or the aerial for that instead of it falling on the ratepayers? And is the consumer responsible for that?
Yes, for the most part. So the consumer is responsible for the facilities. So if poles or conduit are required, generally the telephone company picks up the cable. So And that's a bit of a simplification because there's so many feet the consumer gets, but in general, that's the story.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. Appreciate the
And
opportunity.
we have one last speaker, Mr. David Marston. And Mr. Marston, I know you've requested 7 to 10 minutes, but prorated, can you keep it down to about 1 minute?
1 minute. I feel like I have many issues that have not come up yet. I see that as being very difficult, but I will burn through as best I can. I'm David Marston, just an ordinary subscriber to a landline. I like a landline because it has better fidelity and it works during a power failure. Back in ancient times, the telcos signed up to provide universal service. They knew what they were signing up for. Later on, the FCC gave them a mechanism so that telcos could decline service to a particular individual subscriber that was just impossibly remote. But now we're faced with this bill that says 97% coverage of the municipality is adequate instead of 100%. Why is that? What about the other 3%? And possibly more. This measurement called for in the bill only talks about households, not about the farms and businesses or other users. So there are many possible losers in this dropping of the carrier of last resort, only a handful of winners. Perhaps if the ILECs, the Consolidated and other incumbent companies are in that much financial trouble, we need something that's a broader view of what their financial issues are. This bill talks exclusively about POTS service, plain old telephone service, what you might call your landline without the extras that take it above the plane level, you know, voicemail and all that. But there are many other kinds of services provided by those incumbent telephone companies, including non-switched leased lines such as alarm circuits. In fact, there are several dozen different kinds of services, yet the bill does not provide for consideration of the impact of the withdrawal of those services. Signaling over the internet or over POTS, the potential alternatives, is less secure than using dedicated lease lines directly between the remote site and the communications hub. And cable companies like Comcast generally don't want to offer unbundled alarm circuits. So you're taking business away from small businesses in New Hampshire, the alarm companies that can use an unbundled alarm line when there is the incumbent telephone company providing that coverage. These local companies are also more versatile regarding the types of conditions that they can monitor with their alarms. The wired telecommunications network that we are talking about possibly dismantling parts of is the foundation upon which other companies build the switched telephone network, possibly several layers on that, the internet, and other networks built on leased lines. For example, the Associated Press has a network that goes out to all their customers that is leased lines. And if you change or disrupt that network, you need to talk about all the services, not just the plain old telephone service that is called for in the bill. Measure all the availability of all the services. There's no mention of any kind of notice of any type whatsoever, not even after the petition is approved, to the affected parties. And first and foremost on the list of affected parties is the municipality itself, because they are the most likely to need service in obscure parts of town, the kinds of last miles that the incumbent telco would be looking to drop most eagerly. The state of New Hampshire, you think about the Transportation Department, Fish and Game, state parks, they also require service in obscure parts of towns that might not have residential subscribers nearby. But residential subscribers themselves are threatened, possible losers if they're in the abandoned 3%, or like me, they want better fidelity on their communications. Other utilities, and I would particularly call out electric companies. Remember I said that you get a much more secure network for monitoring and control when you have dedicated leased lines. This is an important national security issue for the electric companies. They do not want to control the grid over the internet. They want dedicated leased lines. They have facilities such as dams and wind turbines and solar arrays that are out in obscure parts of town. Again, those last miles that these telcos would be looking to drop. Also, just in general, businesses, academia, nonprofit organizations, your usual non-residential telephone subscribers, But other affected parties are developers trying to consider where they might build new facilities, residential or non-residential, in a municipality. There is no notification required to any of these parties about what's going on. According to the bill, it just happens. No announcement, no chance to challenge the evidence being provided by the petitioner. So we don't know what's going on. When do we even have a matter of record that a person could check years in the future? Oh, they dropped their carrier of last resort. They don't have one in that municipality. We have talked a bit with various people testifying about municipalities as service territories. Let's clarify that. There is a division of the state into telco service areas. It's a whole map tiling off the state. And other than the dropping of Dixville, there has been no reduction in incumbent telephone service around the state. Now, there might be fewer companies because of acquisitions by TDS, but there is a number of different cases where the map of the towns has a disjoint appearance relative to the map of the telco service areas. For example, Granite State Communications provides POT service, plain old telephone service, in Hopkinton, Deering, Hillsborough, New Boston, even Derry. Now, you think Derry, you think, oh, that's a consolidated territory. But no, parts of Derry, because the Chester Telephone Company, are actually served by Granite State. Dunbarton, same thing, parts of Bow and Goffstown. So the petition is a company like Dunbarton could say, well, we don't want to serve Goffstown anymore. This little sliver we're serving, I believe it's actually less than 3%. So they can show numbers based on some other company and how they service the rest of Goffstown and say, look, there's enough service. We can drop out.
Mr. Marston, are you
Yes.
about ready to sum up, please? Yeah, I've given you a lot more time
Thank
than
you.
I asked you to.
All right. Well, there are a number of other issues that I will submit in writing, but I would ask, where is the PUC in all this? It seems like there's a lot more concerns, a lot more need to have interests represented, and I am not calling simply for heavily amending the bill. Changes of this type are so basic, we need to step back and look at what do we actually achieve if we take away universal service and the carrier of last resort, and then look at the effect on the national telecom network, and then go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. You did bring up some interesting points. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your testimony. I have no other pink bills here, so we'll end this testimony on HB 257, and I'll close and ask Representative Ploche for the blue sheet comments.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 257, the blue sheet had no supporters, one opposed in support. And online, there was 2 in support, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Representative O's.
We'll be starting a public hearing on House Bill 263 FN in about 3 minutes. If you would like to testify on this bill, if you could submit a pink card, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
The bill I'm presenting.
No, after Lee.
Yeah, I think that would be perfect. Thank you.
While we're waiting, I'll point out to those assembled here and those watching at home that tomorrow this committee will meet commencing at 9 o'clock to hear public hearings on House Bill 281 relative to least cost integrated resource plans of utilities, House Bill 298 relative to placement of personal wireless service facilities, House Bill 558 relative to electric microgrids and electric grid resiliency, although I have a question in my mind whether that's the right title for that bill. House Bill 605 relative to solar generation under the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Then at 1 p.m., we'll be having an executive session on 4 bills, HB 161, HB 81, HB 381, and HB 385. Followed at 2:30 by presentations, public hearings rather, on HB 616 and HB 622. So another full day of activity tomorrow. Okay, it is finally 3:30, so I will open a public hearing on House Bill 263 FN and ask the prime sponsor of this legislation, Representative Rebecca McWilliams, to tell us what it's all about.
Thank you, Chair Bose. For the record, my name is Rebecca McWilliams. I'm a representative from South Concord. Also, I am already late to present another bill, so I'm going to present this quickly and then I need to duck out. My apologies. I know we're running a little bit late. You've already heard testimony on House Bill 234 regarding the practice of rec sweeping. Consider this testimony a review and deeper discussion in regards to how we protect our constituents from potential conversion of their personal property. Rec sweeping authorizes state seizure of renewable energy property without the knowledge of or any compensation to New Hampshire businesses and residents. This practice is known as rec sweeping, and it enables both private, multi-billion-dollar out-of-state corporations and in-state utilities to use this renewable energy in which New Hampshire residents invest to meet their obligations, not the residents' obligations, these other corporations' obligations under the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS. In the case of a business, this deprives the original investors of their right to market their business as powered by renewable energy, or even claim they use the renewable energy that they produce on site. I'm thinking this could happen to a farm or to a manufacturing client. Any firm doing so is vulnerable to costly Federal Trade Commission enforcement action or even criminal prosecution by the New Hampshire Attorney General and fines of up to $100,000 under the New Hampshire Consumer Protection Act. This is not chump change if you are having your wreck swept and you still claim that you're producing renewable energy. Legal opinion obtained from multiple members of the New Hampshire Bar affirms the state seizure constitutes an unconstitutional taking of private property and violates the taking clause in Part 1, Article 12 of the New Hampshire Constitution. This practice has, in effect, wrecked, as in destroyed, the New Hampshire REC renewable energy credit market and significantly reduced the need for alternative compliance payments, which is a source of funding for the Renewable Energy Fund, our state's sole mechanism for investing in the clean energy transition. The argument that this could increase electricity bills is penny-wise and pound-foolish, as any possible increase resulting from rectifying this practice would be literally pennies on the average monthly bill, most likely around the order of 6 cents. In contrast, investments in renewable energy can pay off in the hundreds of millions of dollars in lower demand for out-of-state fossil fuels, lower peak demand, improved air quality, more jobs, and increased in-state economic activity. As the only lawyer on this committee, I am very concerned that absent action in this session, we may be allowing an unconstitutional statutory provision to stand. This could result, after sending House Bill 234 to the floor, without a committee recommendation. Should that happen, we should at least provide the constitutionally necessary due process protection of adequate notice to our constituents, the residents and businesses of this state. Where there is a state taking of property with a property right interest, there must be at the minimum notification to the affected parties. This applies even to putatively state-created interests or government assistance. And the case that I would cite for this is 1978 New Hampshire Supreme Court case, Royer v. Department of Employment Security, where it was determined that the due process clause of the state constitution requires the state to provide notice before it terminated a person's employment benefits. Turning to the text of the bill before us, beginning on page 1, line 8. The bill requires annual notification to all customer generators affected by this statute by written notice that their energy production will be credited to the providers of electricity, both the utilities and the competitive suppliers, unless this person obtains certification to be issued Class 1 or Class 2 certificates. This notice shall inform such applicants of the options available to them and the consequences of their production being credited to providers of electricity, that the renewable attributes of their generation have been stripped and assigned to those corporations. This notice shall also provide instructions on how such applicants may obtain certification to be issued Class 1 or Class 2 certificates. In regards to the due process argument, the New Hampshire Supreme Court has held that where governmental action would affect a legally protected interest, the Due Process Clause of the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 15, guarantees to the holder of the interest the right to be heard at a meaningful time and in a meaningful manner. A fundamental requirement of the constitutional right to be heard in New Hampshire is notice of the impending action that affords the party an opportunity to protect the interest. The court went on to say, we therefore require, and this was a PUC Supreme Court case, we therefore require the PUC's meticulous compliance with the constitutional mandate where the agency's action implicates private rights. This is an appeal of Concord Steam, 130 New Hampshire 422, from 427 to 428, which was a decision in 1988. I will email a copy of the New Hampshire Supreme Court's 1978 decision in Royer v. Department of Employment Security, in which the court held that the state procedural due process clause required notice prior to terminating unemployment benefits that were fully a government-granted benefit created by the legislature. So even if, for the sake of argument, one accepts the premise that renewable attributes are state-created property interest or a government benefit, New Hampshire Supreme Court case law establishes the government cannot deprive an individual of them without at least providing notice. I would be glad to work on a subcommittee if there are specific edits needed to pass this bill, but this rectifies a problem of lack of notice and therefore a taking with no notice under both the US and the New Hampshire Constitution. And I apologize that I won't be able to stay for questions. I need to run to another committee, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams, for submitting this legislation. And good luck with your next bill introduction. So now we'll have a conversation, no doubt, with the Honorable Lee Oxenham from Plainfield, who I suspect played a large part in the creation of this legislation. So I'm sure we'll have an interesting conversation. Welcome back, Representative, or former Representative. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for being here and listening. I will focus my testimony today on the fiscal note to HB 263. And if you have that in front of you, it might be helpful to just bring that out and have it next to you. I seem to have left mine at my chair. Or not. Okay. First, the note claims that there will be a $15,000 cost attached to passing this bill.
Do you need a copy of the fiscal note?
I think I have everything in my notes, but it might be very, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I don't know what I did with it, but.
Thank you, Representative Reynolds, for
very
providing
much.
that.
Thank you. So the note claims that there's a $15,000 cost attached, which is the reason presumptively why there's a fiscal note. But there is no such requirement in this bill. There is no necessary funding impact, no increased burden or lessened benefit to any ratepayer from this bill. Page 3, lines 1 through 8 provides a method of notification via the utilities and the installers that costs the state nothing, though it may minimally increase these companies' costs by adding a communication requirement to documents they already pay for and mail out to their customers. Much more importantly, this note raises a series of other issues. The claim is made in the note that, quote, in addition, getting this list of specific people who are interconnected and not REC registered will not be an easy undertaking and cannot be guaranteed. Not the kind of language you usually see in a fiscal note. And it's also raises a fundamental question. I've circulated a document which has to do with the administrative rules, and you'll see 3 arrows on the front page that will point you to the points that I will be making now. The REC sweeping regulations codified as PUC 2503.04 B1 through 2 specifically require the distribution utilities to provide the PUC with the name of everyone, quote, who is interconnected and not REC registered, as well as the location of their system, which in the vast majority of cases will also be the home or business address to which this notice should be sent. So the claim that is made in this note that getting the list will not be an easy undertaking and cannot be guaranteed raises a rather fundamental question. Are they not collecting this information? Have they not been collecting the information for the last decade? Are they not ensuring that the utilities are complying with their own administrative rules? One can only posit that the fiscal note is based on representations made to OLS by the Department of Energy. And the statement ostensibly refers to their difficulty in accessing this data. It is the case that the regulation, which is currently online, continues to cite the PUC and continues to cite the capacity factor at 20% for solar, which was changed recently, I think, in the last biennium. Nevertheless, these matters are not the essential point. The essential point is location and name, which are the two things required for notice, are required. That data must be in the hands of the PUC, and we should be able to get it, and the DOE should be able to get it. Note the REC sweeping regulations. Another issue raised by the rules under A3, quote, the certificates or generation attributes must not have been used for compliance with any similar requirements of another non-federal jurisdiction or otherwise sold, retired, claimed, or represented as part of any other electrical energy output, thermal energy output, portfolio, or sale. Now, I would submit that that language fully substantiates the testimony presented last week under HB 234, that the state is fully aware that the renewable attributes are the property interest. They recognize that they can't use those renewable attributes and no one else can unless there is exclusive control over the property interest. So it says directly in the handout that unless these conditions are met, they cannot be used. And that is the thrust of the argument here, that they have been stripped from their owners, the customer generator, they have been seized by the state, and they have been allocated to private corporations and the public utilities without notice, without compensation. This is a significant legal constitutional issue, and it has been raised previously when this bill came before this committee in a previous biennium, that those who are affected should take the matter to court. Well, taking the matter to court is an extremely costly venture, extremely costly, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that cost would have to be borne by the customer generators, and the state would have to defend against this unprincipled, I would claim, action, and that will be on the cost of the taxpayers. The legislature can fix this, and I think a subcommittee that would look at this bill and consider it in a way that it has not been looked at previously. And I will take some responsibility for that because it is an incredibly complex issue. And I've been working on this for, you help me out, Chair Vos, is it 4 years or is it 6 years we've been working on this bill? But it's
a long time.
A long time. But I think we, by having taken the initial steps for legal prosecution, having obtained the legal opinions of numerous members of the New Hampshire Bar, it's now clear that this statute should not stand, that it does represent a taking by the state without notice, clearly, without compensation, none, and that cannot stand by the terms of numerous New Hampshire Supreme Court cases. So please save the taxpayers the money, save the customer generators, and let's resolve this issue. And so the future STE committees will not have to consider it yet again. And I will take questions.
I was certain you would,
Thank you.
and I'm glad you would.
Thank you.
So I will start with a couple of questions regarding the New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules handout that you that you gave us. You stated that Rule 2503.04 net metering credit states that a provider of Class 1 and Class 2 certificate credits for the production of electricity that is net metered, that can only happen provided, you okay? Provided that the certificates or generation attributes have not been used for compliance with any similar requirements. Doesn't that simply say that if you abandon your RECs, then the utility can use those RECs or use those credits? That's what that language says.
I certainly disagree. And most importantly, there is no case of abandonment here. Abandonment has a very legal meaning, and it requires property to have been out of use for periods of years. There's no issue here of property abandonment. The issue is people who know nothing about this situation, who have invested tens of thousands of dollars in creating generation capacity to assist the state in moving forward with the clean energy transition, who have worked hard and done what they thought they were doing, have had their property effectively stolen from them by state action. And it has been this fig leaf that we're going to help the ratepayers because we're lowering rates for the utilities an infinitesimal amount, and almost half of that amount going to private corporations like Constellation Energy and Direct Energy, which has nothing to do with the ratepayers or the rates that they pay. That simply helps their bottom line. So
my next question is about the language that says distribution utilities shall submit to the commission the following: a list of customer cited sources eligible for et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't that mean that the customer has to contact the utility and indicate that they are a source of eligible Class 1 certification? If they don't do that, then the utility has no obligation to submit to the commission their name because they don't have it. Isn't that true?
It's a little more complicated than that. And the other fig leaf that has been put forward here is that these people received rebates. Anyone who received a rebate, there will be a rebate application with their name and their address. So any affected customer generator who received a rebate, that information would be on file with the utility. Again, you're suggesting that someone who knows nothing of this provision should be taking affirmative action to reach out to the utility to inform them of information that they should know.
Yeah, actually, what I was suggesting is that the language of this rule says that it's up to the customer to notify the utility. That's the language of the rule. I also have a question about, you said that the last section of the bill imposes no cost on the state because the distribution utilities would be the ones who would be required to do the mailings. But distribution utilities can recover their costs and rates. So there might not be any direct cost to the state, but that $15,000 is going to be recovered from customers no matter what.
Does that kind of cost 6 cents on the average dollar resident's average bill, does that come under a fiscal note? Fiscal notes are costs to the state. Are they not?
Oh, I think fiscal notes can be costs in general. I don't think they have to be just to the state.
I've certainly never seen that, but another issue which the legal experts who could be brought in to consider this matter such that we would not be imposing dramatic costs, not infinitesimal costs, on taxpayers might be a better way to go forward than to ask me questions that are better directed to a lawyer.
Maybe the DOE can shed some light on that question.
Since the DOE presented this information, I don't think we will see a solution from them.
Okay. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Now, I'll be the first to admit I am not a lawyer. I have questions, though, on page 2 of lines 25 through 28 in regards to the Federal Trade Commission. And then I see
Excuse me, are you on the handout or the bill?
the actual bill.
The actual bill.
Yeah, page 2, lines 25 through 28.
Thank you.
And on here, this is the meat of the penalty where it says that the Federal Trade Commission can basically find you guilty of false advertising if you market your home business as running a renewable energy that you generate. Failure to comply with the resulting FTC order may subject you to your business civil penalties up to $10,000 for every day the violation continues. So then I was looking this up under the Federal Trade Commission, and I found the Federal Trade Commission states that the commission can seek civil penalties if it proves the company knew the conduct was unfair or deceptive in violation of a particular FTC act, and the FTC already issued a written decision that such conduct is unfair or deceptive. Do you know if there's actually an FTC act or a written court finding on any of this pertaining to solar renewables?
Yes, and it has been presented previously and was referenced in the HB 234. I didn't bring that information with me today because I was quite certain that the chair would direct me to speak to this bill rather than that bill. So yes, there are cases, and in fact, it's the FTC guidance which cites legal cases. Again, it's not a likely. I think what you're looking at when they say the FTC can do the following, it is not exclusive. It gives you things that it can do, but it doesn't say that's all it can do. And because of the guidance that we have discovered, and which I can send you the reference to, we know that in fact the presumption is you can't even have a picture of the solar array of your business and say nothing about it being renewably run, because the presumption is that if you had the picture with your solar panels, that you were the presumption is that you're advertising yourself as being run by renewable energy. But in fact, if you've sold your RECs or if they've been taken from you, you are falsely making that claim.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is a comment directed towards you. Although I truly support the intent of this bill, there seem to be some fairly large discrepancies with the fiscal note and the information presented, and I'd like to ask for a subcommittee to address these issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Reynolds, I know you had your hand up, but you're a co-sponsor of this bill, so you're not allowed to ask questions. Additional questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Representative Munns, thank you.
No, just to follow up on Representative Wendy Thomas, I'm assuming that if we did have a subcommittee, that we could also look at the exact language that's included on page 2, which is the actual notice, correct? I mean, the important point of this piece of legislation is that notice should be provided. The exact wording of the notice is something that we can certainly talk about in a subcommittee, I would think.
Yes, a subcommittee could certainly talk about that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any additional questions for the
Non-representative.
The honorable representative? Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Oxenham. If this does go through, this bill, does it not notify in the consumer generator? And if they still does not do nothing, do they have a legal recourse now? Because they have been notified.
It's a very interesting question. It's never occurred to me that someone who was notified would not be interested in taking protective action. Once again, perhaps the subcommittee could resolve that issue for us. It's a good question.
Follow up?
Thank you. Myself reading it, if I wasn't taking the recs now or net metering the attributes, I would look, discard it. The question to you is, would the sweeping still be allowed to those if they're abandoned? Thank you.
I wish the word abandoned had never come up because it's such a red herring. It really has nothing to do with the issue. When a customer generator invests in their equipment and they establish it on their property, there is a presumption that they have the property, that they have the renewable energy that is being generated, that they can, if they sell the house, they can say, oh, and look, it's, has renewable energy. If a person is informed that actually the state is making it impossible for them to even claim that they've been using renewable energy for the 10 years that they've been living on the property and thinking that they were using renewable energy. I think I went down a rabbit hole and lost where that sentence was going. The central issue is the renewable attributes, which are the property interest. They have never been lost. They were generated, they were created at the moment of generation, and they have been taken by this state action away from the customer generator without their knowledge. The notification enables them to know that this is occurring. Now, is another issue which you've certainly created in my mind, which is what happens to the person who doesn't read the notification. They will be in the same position that they are now if the statute is allowed to stand. But it's certainly my hope that out of this subcommittee, there will be a recognition that this is a provision which no longer should be in New Hampshire law, and no one will be subject to it in the future.
Could the chair indulge me?
I will indulge you since we do have time.
Thank you. So there's actually a third thing that hasn't been discussed until now, if I understand it right. So the customer generator, now knowing they have attributes,
because they've been taken.
They still have them at this time, I believe. They have not been slept.
Oh, they have been. If you are a customer generator, your renewable attributes have been swept from the moment that you started operating.
Did that answer your question?
No. May I continue?
Well, we
No,
don't.
I'm good.
We don't engage
Thank
in
you.
debate. We ask questions.
It was a question for clarification,
All
understanding.
right, I'll allow it.
The customer generator, if they are not net metered,
They are. This is under the net metering statute.
okay, then if they are net meter and they don't, if they don't sell their RECs, they just keep getting them. Is that the question? Is that the point you're trying to make? So if they want to keep them, they are not available to be slept. Am I? Thank you.
it is the case that by registering and spending that money and having that industrial meter in your front yard and all of those onerous things, by doing that, you can protect your renewable attributes from being swept any longer. You're protecting yourself from the moment at which they stop doing it. But they're already and have been doing it for a decade.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Do I understand correctly that, two parts, if I may. Do I understand correctly that having RECs does not necessarily mean that I need to sell those RECs? I can register the RECs and decide to retain them for my own enjoyment, whatever that may be.
You could, if you wanted to fill out all the forms, have the work done on your property, pay the money, you could do that and get the satisfaction of nobody being able to use this provision of law against you.
And a follow-up, if I may?
Go ahead.
If I want to take these RECs, I do need to purchase equipment in order to measure a meter, as it were. However, when the RECs are swept, they use their information independent of what that meter says. So there's an expense, some say maybe an owner's expense on me in order to register those RECs that the power company does not incur by sweeping them.
Yes, and if you wanted to sell your RECs, you could only sell your excess production, the net that you put out. Whereas when they're sweeping the RECs, they take everything, even what you used inside your business or inside your home, because it's a calculation based on the nameplate times the capacity factor times the number of hours of a year. And that is a number which is the maximum possible.
Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
So, and as a follow-up to that question, if someone chose to sell their RECs, then that would be income that they would have to help them offset some of their other expenses, any utility bills that they're paying or other expenses, correct?
Yes, I'll take my own facility just as, as an example. I produce 1 megawatt a year. So going through all this in order to get one REC when I don't even think they were selling for $20. There's no reason why any reasonably penny pinching good Yankee would undertake such a measure.
So that's probably why 40% of people eligible don't bother to collect their RECs, correct?
It's not about collecting. RECs are a representation of the renewable attributes. The renewable attributes are there. They're produced just every time electricity is produced by that generator. The question is who owns those renewable attributes? And I would say most of the 40% have no idea of even what a REC is, much less that or a renewable attribute, or the fact that they do not, in fact, generate renewable energy in their home or business. They think they do.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I'd like to call forward, and I'd like to thank the Honorable
Thank you,
Lee
sir.
Oxenham for her testimony here. I'd like to call forward Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy to give us their take on this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Vos. Members of the committee, Griffin Roberge again from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill as introduced. The bill requires the department to notify customer generators who are not REC certified under Class 1 and 2 that their production has been credited under the statutory provision that was subject to a public hearing on House Bill 234, I believe. Under Section 2 of the bill, DOE is required to issue an annual notice to customer generators that their production has been credited against electric providers' RPS obligations under Classes 1 and 2. The notice shall inform customer generators of their options to get certified to create RECs and the consequences of having their production credited. The other part of section 2, page 1, lines 17 to 24, also require any person who interconnects as a customer generator at a later date be noticed that their production will be credited unless they become REC certified. The notice will inform customer generators again of their options to get certified to create RECs and the consequences of having their production credited. Page 1, lines 28 to throughout the entirety of page 2 include language that DOE must prominently include in their written notice to these customer generators. And then on page 3, subparagraph D, permits DOE to fulfill its duties under the bill by passing this written notice responsibility onto electric distribution companies. DOE does want to note some observations from the bill's fiscal note, which I know has been mentioned already. Department would agree that would contend that it is in fact difficult to get accurate data on how many customer generators are interconnected and are not producing RECs. The interconnection process is largely done through utilities. When customer generators interconnect, they are not filing regular information with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Utilities are the ones going out and interconnecting these resources onto their infrastructure. Per the bill's fiscal note, we do assume that there are roughly 14,000 customer generators in the state that may be eligible to produce RECs, but again, due to the inconsistencies in how this data is kept, we can't provide an actual figure for how many customer generators are not producing Class 1 or 2 RECs. We also, as I mentioned, we do not receive any information about interconnections, as this is done entirely through the utilities. Again, per the bill's fiscal note, getting a list of specific customer generators who are interconnected, not registered, will not be an easy undertaking. There is no shared form of identification between the data available between DOE and the data held by utilities. Matching up these lists will be a significant undertaking for administrative staff within our Sustainable Energy Division, who already have a litany of other tasks to do on a day-to-day basis. Based, again, on the fiscal note, and this is just for the actual mailings and the postage and whatnot for this notice requirement, the annual cost to send these notices would be around $15,000. Should DOE be unable to come up with the funds for just the administrative mailing costs or the administrative staffing needs in order to complete this, the responsibility would likely be passed on to electric distribution companies under the provisions on page 3. Utilities, as is noted, would likely pass that cost on to their ratepayers to cover the costs for these annual mailings. Regarding the written notice itself, which is prominently on page 2, the language does not reference any statutory provisions or resources for customer generators to understand the RPS. Most significantly, lines 18 to 28 on page 2 indicate that a customer generator may be undertaking illegal activity and is subject to civil penalties of up to $10,000 a day. The notice includes no reference to any federal rule or statute allowing for the Federal Trade Commission to undertake this action. I think the department would contend that the threat of a $10,000 fine will alarm electric customers in the state, and they will want more information as to where that authority is derived. And as previously discussed in the House Bill 234 public hearing, getting REC certified is not an easy task. There are a lack of independent monitors in the state to do in-person REC certification for facilities. There are existing options to get inverters or utility meters to measure REC production, but again, doing so comes at an additional cost. Additionally, customer generators may have already decided not to register as they see the value of Class 2 RECs is pretty low because of high supply, so it may not be financially viable for them to spend these upfront costs to get REC certified, pay for ongoing monitoring services, but only get a very modest income from selling your RECs. Finally, the notice implies that at its conclusion on page 2, lines 29 to 36, that customer generators should get REC certified and then not sell their RECs to electric suppliers. This notice could potentially have customer generators pay significant cost for REC certification, but they receive no benefit from that certification as they cannot sell their RECs to electric suppliers, as is being advocated in the notice. It might also confuse customers because they might believe that the notice constitutes or represents a legal requirement to register in order to create RECs under the RPS, when no such requirement for interconnection exists in order to get REC certified. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I will start out and say I am not an attorney. I will be very limited in what I can offer about the constitutionality of things, but more than willing to take a shot at any questions that are offered.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vos. Once again, I'm hearing about the depressed prices on the value of a REC. And I am thus thinking about this supply and demand. If I'm out there selling apples, as an example, for an analogy, and the guy next door gets his apples just by sneaking in my yard at night and being able to sell them without any overcost from my tree, is that going to depress the price of what I can charge for my apples?
So thank you for the question. So apples aside, I'm just shifting it back to class 2 REC.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, no.
I'm using the same analogy here, so thank you.
That's fine. But class 2 RECs prices, I think in talking with our sustainable energy division, typically vary between $3 to $6 a REC. And again, a REC is measured based on 1 megawatt hour of production. So for a small residential system, over the course of a year, that output can be very, very small. So in terms of the reduced cost of class 2 RECs, there are a number of factors that go into that. Obviously, the crediting mechanism that currently exists, as was proposed in House Bill 234, plays a part. The overall abundance of class 2 RECs also plays a role as well as the current obligation level for class 2 play a role. Sorry.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the department? Representative Corman has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on something you said earlier when you were talking about that the utilities do know who these customer generators are, but there's just some interoperability issues with DOE, with the systems at DOE. Is that it? It's a matter of just getting the information into the correct format, or is there more to it than that?
Sure. So thank you for the question. Again, DOE is not going out with trucks and crews interconnecting, customer generators and their facilities onto the grid. That is done through utilities. So utilities predominantly have that information. If the goal was to have DOE conduct these notices themselves, which obviously there is a provision to pass it along to distribution utilities, but if there was the obligation for DOE to assume it itself, it would require significant administrative staff time to consult with utilities, match up their lists with any type of data that we might have on customer generators operating in the state, and then split out who's already registered to create RECs and who's not registered to create RECs.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yeah, just to follow up on, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Roberge. Just to follow up on that, I'm still having a problem squaring the information that we heard earlier based on the administrative rules, that there is a list submitted to the commission of customer-cited sources eligible for certification, and that presumably that information is available already in the commission. And so what is the difficulty getting a hold of a list of people who are eligible for RECs? Is it just parsing the ones who have already applied for RECs and have received them from that list? I mean, it doesn't seem to be a huge administrative lift.
No, thank you for the question. I would respectfully contend in talking with our sustainable energy division that this would be a lift. The list, again, the utilities largely have this information. I cannot point to any information that might have been shared prior about administrative rules, I can certainly talk with folks internally and get back to the committee on the rules that were mentioned in previous testimony. But as far as I know, in talking with our Sustainable Energy Division, is that they are not day to day looking through a master list of all the interconnected sources registered in the state, who is REC certified and who isn't. Trying to develop processes and the mechanism to do that on an annual basis for these notices would take a significant amount of administrative time, especially for our sustainable folks, with which there's only really 4 staffers day to day doing this type of work.
Thank you. I know you said earlier that you're not a lawyer, and neither am I, but do you have any idea what in Administrative Rule 2503.04 a customer cited SITED source is? Do you know what the definition of that is? Does that just mean
If I might,
a customer who has an on-site solar array? Is that what that means?
if I could, what was the rule again? I'm sorry.
2503.04, net metering credit. It's part of
Yeah,
the
I'm
handout.
sorry, I don't have that handout, but what I can do is I've written down the rule here. I can certainly take a look at that and follow back up with the committee if that's okay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions from the committee, and having no more pink cards, I will ask if there's anybody sitting in the audience who would like to speak on this issue. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 263 FN and ask Representative Cloget to give us an indication as to the blue sheet recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 263, the blue sheet, 2 in support, none opposed. On line 63 in support, 3 opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd say we're done. 4:18, not a bad day's work. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to start all over again. See you then and have a pleasant evening.